Okay, there we go. Did a little bit of an oops. But now we actually are live. Okay. Just getting my bearings physically a little bit. This is the first time that I'm streaming now that I've got my setup put together at my parents' house. So, as you can see, there is no green screen here. You are actually seeing the back wall of a room. I do not inhabit the realm of Splatoon. I am not a Woomy. I'm just an imposter. And this eats at me every day. But I think we should have everything pretty much good to go. Let me know if audio is an issue. Always happy to futz with that a little bit and get that figured out. We've been having an issue recently where the game audio wasn't actually being recorded at all, and that the only time that people were hearing it, it was coming through my mic from the TV. So if that ends up being messed up, definitely let me know, and I might need to shoot. I think the fix to that involves shutting the stream down briefly, but that'd be worth it if people are able to hear that way. So, all right. So, first of all, hello Noah, Squid. I agree. Hello Blip Blob. Hi Lettuce. Hi MMO Toaster. Hi Veronica. Or Ika. I actually don't know how it's pronounced in Japanese. It's probably something I should know. Hi King Julian. Hi Z-Tech. Hi Cupidity. Hi Humbloom the Burb. Dating advice? I don't know that we're gonna have a ton of that today, but you never know. Things come up. I'd rather join this school than my middle school. I mean, who wouldn't? But also, the middle school is more important, and you're more likely to find a date there. So, boss approved my vacation for the next 2 weeks. Awesome! Congratulations. Make good use of it, and by that I mean, I don't know, probably don't do an awful lot. That's kind of what a vacation's for, isn't it? Hi, Phydro. Hi, Cullen Ahab. Hi, Melody. Lettuce says, Merry Christmas, Squid School. A Merry Christmas to you, too, although it's actually Boxing Day. Just for accuracy's sake. You a kid or a squid? Yes. Hello, Sleepy Willow. Gem has been vanished from Splatlands. Hello, Super Cool. Hello, Shaluna. Hi, Web. Audio is a bit soft. Yeah, my voice always starts out a little bit soft and then picks up as time goes on. And I end up having to turn the mic down a little bit so that I'm not getting... I'm not peaking the mic on the recording. So, I actually haven't hit the recording button yet. I'm probably... My video for tomorrow is probably just going to be an edited down version of the analysis that I do at the beginning of this. So I'm going to record that separately. And I haven't started that recording yet because usually my voice warms up over the first few minutes and then all of a sudden I'm talking louder. So if I try to balance it to where I'm at the very beginning of the stream, it ends up not sounding so hot. So hello player one. I see a Taylor box. Oh yeah. I played that instrument for all of 6 months, but I do have it. It's a very beginner guitar. Um, and at this point, I would probably need to relearn everything all over again because it's been so long. Thanks for a good backdrop, though, I guess. It makes me seem cooler than I actually am. Hello, Helix. Hi, Keith. Hi, Alchemy. Apologies for being absent these few months. Oh, don't. It's a video game. It's fine. I'm sorry you've been feeling burnt out, but I hope you're starting to feel a little better about it. He mentioned me. Well, now I'm mentioning you twice. Ha! Do you have any advice for the captain of a team where everyone's a higher rank than me? Set your expectations, and enforce them even if they're not expectations you have of yourself. Figure out what it's fair to expect of everybody, and treat everybody as equals, even if, everyone has different talents there. Just pronounce it Veronica? Okay. Works for me. Hello, buh. How do I play scrims if I can't access VC and only play tabletop for 2 weeks? Just try or only play solo. On Sendu Q, there is an option to indicate that you cannot VC. I'm not going to lie, it will probably make it more difficult for you to find scrims because a lot of people will prefer to be able to have VC. But it is an option, and if someone's willing to, play with you under those conditions, then there you go. St. Stephen's Day for me. Oh, yeah. That's I think it's like a European thing. Well, I mean, Boxing Day is too, really. But anyway. What are we watching on stream today? We're starting off with a review of the Ludy DivX match that you see on the screen here. And then after that, we'll be going into the usual Squid School stream. The Anarchy Open with a viewer and then VOD review of that viewer. Keith says, hope you had a great Christmas, Gem. Greetings from Chile. Thank you. Hope you did too. Hello, Crabapple. What a coincidence. I just got done watching your videos on the manga. Anyway, hi. Those were some fun videos. It's very silly work of art that it is, that manga. Hello, Felicia. Hello. Super Cool says, you go shred on that guitar. I might be able to play like Hot Cross Buns. Might take a little figuring out, but I could do it. It's about what I've got to offer at the moment. I'd also... Man, it is probably sorely in need of tuning, but at least that's easier than it is on a piano. Hello, Squidoku. Hello, Low Sodium. Howdy. Hope you had a good Christmas. Yeah, it was nice. Hello, Call Me Cool. Merry Squidmas, and happy St. Stephen's Day. Hello, Salmon Eater. Hello, a doctor. I'm glad we've got you along. Now we've got some medical advice in the chat, in case anybody needs it. Hello, Tap Out. The Explanation says hi. Hi, Explanation. Hot Cross Buns is fire. Used to play ukulele and clarinet. There we go. Nice. I watch a lot of The Do on YouTube, and that song always reminds me now of the bit where he was pretending to be a beginner who had just gotten his first guitar and was playing it for people on Omegle. And he was like, I'm just getting started, to joke, because he's actually been playing for like 15 years and can play basically anything he hears by ear. And so someone was like, oh, can you play like Hot Cross Buns or something? And so he's like, oh yeah, I think I can do that. And so he goes and plays it, adequately well. And they're like, excellent. And then he goes, there's one other thing that, I've been working on recently. And then he breaks out Through the Fire and the Flames by Dragon Force. And the girl's like, we made him play Hot Cross Buns. I love that. Okay. So. What even is that number that you were reading? So, what we have here is the Ludy DivX finals. So, for those who don't know, I imagine most of you probably do, having watched the channel, but Ludy stands for Leagues Under the Ink. It is a long-term tournament, basically. You can think of it as a bunch of leagues, hence the name, where they put teams into brackets with other teams of similar skill. They start off with a round robin, where that is everyone plays everybody else in the pool, where they play best of 9 sets every week. So it gets you a lot of practice, and it's always seeded pretty well to get you teams that are very close to your skill level. Highly recommend, if you are ever on a team, always enter Ludy when you get the opportunity. It's one of the best ways to network, learn about other teams, get a lot of practice, have kind of a regular practice regimen. Just super, super well-run event. And not everyone makes it to the finals, or to the playoffs, I should say. You have to score a certain amount relative to the other teams in your division to be able to advance. And then at the end, you get put into a bracket, and that bracket determines who wins that division of Ludy. So this is the Division X finals. X is the highest rank, the highest division in Ludy. So, like, one of the teams here is Jackpot, right? They're one of the very best teams in all of North America, arguably the best, depending on, which results we're considering. This is their competitors here are a pickup team, I believe, called Please Forfeit, which is a joke about how a lot of teams end up dropping from Ludy. And the joke here, I guess, is that they ended up in Ludy DivX finals just because everyone else forfeit, which is not how that works. Anyway, I think that's about all the background that you need there. This, I believe, is a best of... Let's see, the first to 5 would be best of 9 set. This is a best of 9 set. I don't know how much of it we're going to get through exactly. We'll see if we can make it the entire way through. But in 2.5 hours from now exactly, okay, well, not exactly anymore because the minute just changed, but 2.5 hours from now, we're going to be starting with our normal Tuesday stream where we have a viewer on. We play Anarchy Open with them for an hour, and then we go into VOD reviews. So that's the roadmap. Before I say anything more that I want to be on the recording and forget to record, I'm going to click start recording. So anything that you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Actually, no, that's not the way that it works because I don't have this stream up on screen. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I should probably do that. You guys are typically pretty good. We'll put that up there. We'll put this up here too. Okay. So we should be all set at this point. All right. We are now recording, so for the YouTube audience, welcome. This is a long-form VOD review that I did on stream yesterday. We'll edit it down a little bit in case there's some parts that, aren't super important or insightful or anything, or that I end up going back on later, but otherwise this should just be a pretty long analysis on Jackpot versus Team Please Forfeit. This is the Ludy Division X Finals. To start with, I always look at the weapon comps first. The two that both teams have in common here are Pencil and Squeezer, which is interesting to me. It might be that those two weapons are a choice specifically for this map mode. Pencil, I know, is still extremely popular, and people are just running it everywhere. Squeezer, It might be that people want the long range combined with the Zuka on this map. The mid range helps a lot because there are a lot of pretty wide open areas. It helps to be able to hit people on the grates as well, so just strong ranges all around, I would think. And Zuka also, because of the open sight lines, is really powerful here. So I'm not super surprised to see that here. I would be interested to see if that core of the comp remains consistent as they go into other map modes. Then what we have different here are the splash and the bucket on Jackpot versus the junior and the 52 on Please Forfeit. So a couple of interesting things there. First of all, on Jackpot, normally you would be expecting to see Madness playing the bucket, but this is actually Max. Max is not a formal member of Jackpot, but has been filling in for them, and is good friends with them as well. They're a free agent. So Madness is actually on the splash here. And then on... here, we'll just pull this up for a bit. So on Team Please Forfeit, Atomic I know of from some clips that I've seen on Twitter of them just absolutely beaming people with Squeezer. That doesn't mean that they're a Squeezer main. I don't know them that well to be able to say for sure, but they are definitely highly competent on this weapon, as you know, evidenced also by the fact that they're bringing it into DivX Ludy finals. Then I've heard the name Yoshell. Don't know a ton about them as a player, but they're playing Pencil, so shouldn't be anything, you know, too fancy going on there. And then Synapse has generally been playing 52, kind of one-tricking it. They've played for a lot of top pickups. They're probably the player that I'm most familiar with. I am not super familiar with the junior player. I don't even really know how to pronounce their name. If it's Tidally, if it's Tid Ally, I don't know. Are they for breast cancer awareness? I don't know. Anyway, they're definitely a pickup. They don't play on like a steady team or anything like that, but they made it pretty darn far, so, you know, something's working out that they're doing here. So let's back it up. Some interesting synergy points between the comps here. On Jackpot's side, I feel like I like their special spread a lot better. They've got a Crab and a Tri-Strike to the other side's Bubble and Whale. Now, Bubble is definitely solid on this comp, I think, because something that Bubble really synergizes well with is actually the Snipe Rider. Snipe Riders love to be able to stand still for a while and fire multiple shots without being harassed or anything, and the Bubble kind of lets them do that. It lets them walk up to a spot where normally if they showed themselves, they just immediately get bombed out of. They just get peppered with things so they can't stay there and finish firing all 5 shots. And the Bubble just kind of lets them be up there and gives them a more forward position than they can normally sustain. So that synergy is really cool, and they actually end up using that in the opening play here. I cheated a little bit because I was thinking of maybe just recording this separately or off screen or taking notes or something like that, and then I was like, you know, it's going to feel more organic and make a lot more sense if I just look at this later. So we'll see that a little bit later on. I've only seen like the first minute or something. But the thing that I don't like about Please Forfeit specials is that there aren't that many aggressive ones. You've got a Zuka, which is solid, but not necessarily the most consistent thing. And then you've got a Whale, and then beyond that, there's nothing that's going to move the enemy team, and the Whale isn't going to do an awful lot of that. Whereas on the other side, you've got a Zuka, but you've also got a Crab Tank, which is crazy on this map. And you've also got Tri-Strikes, which you can use to force people in. So that's, I think, a much more well-rounded special spread. And I think that Please Forfeit is going to have to make a lot more happen with the main weapons. Which, having a 52, you know, you can kind of do sometimes. But it'll kind of be on the junior player to get a lot of value out of those bubbles and out of the bombs they're going to be able to throw. Firstly, thank you so much for the donation, Golden Variety. Really appreciate you. I've got a question in chat. Maybe more? Okay. What's with thermal ink on squeezer? That is interesting. I couldn't say because I'm not a squeezer player. I would not be surprised though if squeezer players tend to hit a lot of shots and not finish the splats. Um, it is a relatively fast kill time, but I don't know. What would you say is the easiest weapon for a new player to play with? Probably the Tri-Slosher. I would start with Tri-Nouveau, probably. The special is just a matter of throwing it at your teammates. Granted, there's a lot of depth to tactical replacement, actually. Like, it's definitely not the easiest special, but it's not something where, like, you're going to pop it and accidentally get yourself splatted because you used it. Because, you throw it, it's down really quickly, you get it, and you're back in the game again, even if you die. And fizzies are really easy to spam, and you don't have to think too much about it. And then the weapon's pretty easy to aim. So that'd probably be my... if you're looking for a weapon that's just easy to start with, that would be my call. But also, I would recommend at some point trying to also learn something like a shooter that forces you to aim more precisely so that you get used to the aim mechanics. Because a lot of people who start with Tri-Slosher and like never play another weapon, their aim is really shaky because there's so much room for error. And then when they actually need to hit more precise shots, they're struggling to do it. So I would definitely learn the reticle control with a different weapon, but if you're looking for something that's going to get you results right away, that'd be my recommendation. Crab is crazy on this map in a good way or a bad way. I mean, good for the player who's using the crab at any rate. Any high ground greats are going to be really good for long range rapid fire weapons like splatlings, or in this case the crab tank. It lets you look down and around you, not just in 360 degrees, but in a sphere around you, and see all of the different targets. And because you can sustain your fire, you don't need to be hiding quite as much because you can just kind of keep suppressive fire on the spots where people are trying to approach you from. Splatlings have a little bit more of an advantage up there because they are always going to run a lot of run speed, and that's the movement that helps you get across the grates the most, so people can't even necessarily chase you across them. Alright. That all out of the way, let's actually start game one, shall we? Took us a minute. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. A little bit of spoilers there, I guess, if you know how to read that quickly. More quickly than I do. Alrighty. So it looks like Jackpot, they're moving for the pop here. They end up not getting it. .Q is just going for early cooler, as is Yoshell. Maybe not quite Yoshell. Yoshi's actually starting to aim at people now, but Junior gets an early bubble and sets it up over here. Meanwhile, so it looks like what Please Forfeit is trying to do is draw aggro with the Junior on the right and then get Atomic and Synapse in on the left, and try and get a flank play, get a pincer in that way. The problem is that .Q and Leafy are just absolutely locking Synapse down. Synapse cannot make the jump out of the pit here, so there's never really any help that comes around for the Junior on the right until Yoshell actually moves up here. And here's that play that I was talking about with the Big Bubbler and the Snipe Rider. You put the Snipe Rider inside the bubble, and they can kind of just take free shots. Like, what is anybody supposed to do about it? So that is super nice, and they get Leafy. But then the bubble runs out, and now everyone's stuck up on the crates. And Synapse and Atomic have not managed to get anything done over here. And so the Junior ends up going down, and the play kind of collapses for Please Forfeit from there. So I like the idea of how to play the weak side of the map for Police Forfeit, but they need a more reliable way to get their front line in, because coming around from the pit there didn't work there at all. And I'm curious to see later on in the match if they're able to get a little bit more done there. So Synapse does well to get a 1-for-1 trade here, but in the meantime, Madness takes out Atomic, so it's still numbers advantage to Jackpot, and they're going to be able to just kind of pick up and go. They scare the Junior out to the point where they decide to start moving it left. Unfortunately, Madness doesn't quite get there in time to avoid being contested by Synapse, but between a special and two other members, they're able to at least get the dunk before Madness goes down, and that's progress. You know, you never really complain too much about a push that does that, where you manage to get the dunk, but the player goes down. Because even if you don't have numbers advantage anymore, you don't have to go through that checkpoint again. The next push you get, you're going to be able to go further immediately. So, always good. What's the replay code? The code I saw was actually a player tag. Oh, yeah, it won't show the replay code on screen here. I received it from Jorion, so I don't know if this is even publicly posted, but let me see if I can find it. It was a Discord DM. Here we go. So the current one that we're looking at is this. Yeah, I would honestly argue that Pencil is probably the most used weapon in top-level play at the moment, which makes a good argument for it being the strongest. It's not necessarily because the main weapon's like crazy good or anything. It's that the main weapon is good enough and has some factors that counter other backline weapons, but also it gets cooler and paints a lot for cooler. And it's easy to slap onto whatever comp you want. So, what you mean by best kind of differs depending on your conditions, I suppose. All right. So, Jackpot are backing off and just maintaining mid-control until they get their player back. They don't want to just dive into that corner and get, you know, high-grounded and be stuck and have nowhere to run. So they're waiting until Police Forfeit try to push back out so they can maybe get a pick and have some kind of advantage to move forward with. And only then will they really try to play the objective here. Leafy, I believe, gets a pick on the Snipe Rider here. This is, let me double check to make sure that that is in fact what's happening. But this is a classic kind of squeezer play where it sharks the backliner because it's so far away that they're not even really looking at it. Oh no, actually, it looks like that's just Madness. Yeah, okay, they just kind of stepped too far forward. That is very much a squeezer kind of idea, but that's not what happened in that moment. So they just step a little too far forward, and now there is a little bit of an advantage. We'll see how Jackpot tries to push it. Madness goes down, though. Okay, so good job from, like, Atomic holding it down. Good job from the Junior. The Junior's been playing the weak side a lot, which is interesting. They've been playing very independently of the rest of the team. A lot of the time, what you kind of expect is that the Junior is going to play with somebody else, and it's going to kind of be just painting constantly for them, maybe throwing a bomb here and there, playing a little bit in the background, but this is a very aggressive Junior. And as long as they can keep themselves alive by, like, popping bubble and stuff like that, this can work. The issue is if they run into a situation where they're getting outranged and they have no way to fire back. Which, you know, there it goes. That's why I've always been a little bit skeptical of the aggro Junior. Just that, yeah, the lack of range makes it really difficult sometimes. You really depend on either spacing people out with bombs or keeping yourself safe with the bubbler to be able to get stuff done. Because otherwise, something like a midline Slayer weapon, just there's not a lot of counterplay to it. You have to shark it, and or like as soon as they know where you are, you're out of luck. So, Synapse is getting in on the left side, and as long as they get a wall up, they should be okay here. They actually pop Whale, and it looks like what they might be trying to do is just rush to the right side with the Rainmaker, knowing that two members of Jackpot are locked up on the left and can't really do anything about it. And they just hope that they get here before anyone's able to respond. There's the dunk. Madness gets the player. Again, you're totally cool with that trade because that means that you've got a checkpoint. And so now, pretty dead even in terms of points. 62 to 61 will not be the final score. I say that having not seen it yet. They didn't call out Synapse. Synapse was still sharking there, and so Leafy just kind of dropped down and got shot in the back. So this is an opportunity for Police Forfeit. Maybe not so much, because now there's a Crab Tank out, and Synapse is down. That's a really, really good Crab Tank. If the enemy team is ever in a position where what they really want to do is run forward toward you, if they want to like press their advantage, a Crab Tank is amazing for chilling that, for just forcing everyone to sit back and play safe again. Because it's going to last for a really long time. You're going to have your teammate back by the time it's done. And if they just start running towards you, that's exactly what the Crab wants. That's what is really good at shredding. So, great play there for Madness. And now they're trying to maintain the momentum by popping a Tri-Strike here. I'm not sure how much value... It's going to displace the enemy team, but I feel like they can just back up and be safe from this. Yeah, the only player trying to run forward with that was Max. They had .Q, they had Madness who was in Crab Tank. Nobody's actually going to move forward with those strikes. I feel like they probably should have saved those. They get a little bit more space, but I think that you can get more than just a little more space with the Tri-Strikes. Ooh, big Zuka gets .Q, which means no cooler, or slower cooler for next time or whatever. One thing I don't like about the overhead here is that I can't tell when players are coolered up. I'm going to back up a few seconds and see if they've got that right now. Okay, yeah, they are coolered. So this is exactly when they want to be going. Looks like the cooler was already out for Jackpot. So there might not be an awful lot of special charge lost for that. But they do end up winning the fight, and this opens up an opportunity for them to pick up and go. Looks like they're going to try and go top right. I'm not sure how much I like that, honestly, because they didn't have a lot of resources to clear the top right. I don't know. Whichever way they went, .Q is probably going to be able to shut it down, so I figure they probably just wanted to move it in that direction. But I also think there's potential to get lead if you sprint it left, even if you end up dying quickly, and to at least use that to put pressure on the other team to push it. Maybe they're setting up for the long haul. Maybe they're hoping they can maintain the push here and just keep it going. This has been a 1-for-1 so far. Madness gets in a little too deep from the position Leafy can't help. The strikes get one, though, so Synapse and Atomic just kind of need to hold the line. They're not going to be able to do that for too long. Synapse overstays. Nobody's jumping in either, so they're losing a little bit of tempo. Madness just gets in on the... Oh, great! Wow. That's not a fight that I expect the Junior to win there. Well played. They're really working pretty hard to get the bubble. Okay, so they actually saw Madness coming. Madness had a different target in mind initially. So that's why that worked out. And that is a beautiful bubble placement right there. Tidally absolutely dies unless they get that bubble up. And now Max just has to back off. So They get pop. They're not falling apart on the right-hand side, but Leafy, again, sharking with the squeezer up there. You know, weapons that shark are usually the short-ranged weapons because they need to do that to be able to get close. They need the opponent not to know that they're there, whereas midline weapons are a lot more likely to just stand their ground and bully you out of the way, even if you see them. But something like a squeezer, which has that fast of a kill time, can sometimes just, like, pop out of the ink from a mile away, somewhere you didn't see them, and delete you, and you're like, wait, did I just get sniped? What just happened? So that's the kind of splat that Leafy's able to get there. Really well played, especially using Max as bait. A whale goes out to try and chill out the aggression from Jackpot and buy time for Atomic to get back in. And they are able to do so. Max goes down to something over there, maybe a bomb, hard to say. Trade back and forth, slight advantage to Please Forfeit, but not enough of an advantage to start pushing the Rainmaker yet. That seemed a little bit early. I think if Yoshell actually just kind of stays active with the main weapon, they get that win cleanly and then they can move. Because Jackpot's not in a great position to defend the left side, which is why Tidally's going back in there. But because they had to back up, they can't get the Rainmaker over with Tidally. So this is just going to work as a flank. And now they still have to pop Rainmaker, pick it back up again. Everyone's back in play already. And what you're seeing there in part is the effect of tactical around the game, where when people go down this much in Splatoon 2, a push definitely happens. But if people are tacticalered when that fight happens, now in the time it takes you to pop the Rainmaker, the entire enemy team is back on defense and have actually gotten a pick and now have advantage over you. So it's a little bit awkward trying to play at the speed that these guys can play. Synapse is getting real deep there. I trust them because they're a 52 player and they're better than me, not because I like that positioning, but they are able to get out alive, and then they bait Leafy out a little too far for Yoshell to pick off, whoever ended up being there. But again, the Rainmaker has reset, and in fact, oh, that was really smart from Max. They put all of their strikes on the shield so that it would insta-pop. And since Yoshell was the only one who was trying to paint it at the time, they weren't able to stop it from just exploding and splatting them right away. So, smart play there. Even though Max goes down, that really stalls the push out, because now somebody else has to come back, you know, paint their way over to the Rainmaker, pick it back up, figure out where it's safe again. They lose a lot of map pressure that way. And .Q actually able to just drop down and get that clutch pick to stop the Rainmaker from moving. That was really important, because I think they can at least squeeze out lead if they get past that corner that .Q is protecting. And while it wouldn't have been a huge lead at all, with only a minute left and them not having managed to get this far, that might actually have been a winning lead if they'd been able to get it. So, very important play from .Q there. Great follow-up from Leafy to make sure that Please Forfeit doesn't just win a numbers advantage back. I'm interested to see if Jackpot decide to play the clock here. Because on the one hand, that's arguably the safest option, given that 4 minutes of the game have gone by and nobody's made it past 61. On the other hand, it's only 61, right? It's not super difficult to get past that. Ooh, and Leafy goes down and they pick up. That's not great for them. .Q making a smart play to just drop it down into the pit here. It's going to be really difficult for Please Forfeit to get it out of here. They're going to need to basically wipe Jackpot if they want to be able to move it from the pit where it's at up to a position where they can score more. The jump that they have to make, or the run around the back side of the map, are going to be really slow, really predictable, really exploitable. So, good place to take the Rainmaker and drop it. Leafy's going to go down, though. When the play is broken down that badly, That's really a position where people need to be calling out to their teammates to back up and get out of there. Like, Max does not want to be here. Max wants to be dropping out. Leafy does not want to be fighting here. There's just too much enemy ink. There's too many enemy numbers. They're separated from each other. They're taking different fights. So a little bit of a panic moment maybe here from Jackpot. We'll see if Please Forfeit are able to pick this up and capitalize. They're going to let the Junior pick up, which is smart. You want the stronger frontline weapons to be up front to protect it. Especially since Tidally was also able to get the bubble out before they picked up. That gave them the ability to just hop across from pit over the jump without being contested. You'll remember at the very beginning of the match how Synapse got totally locked into that pit with .Q watching. And this bubble prevents that from happening to the Rainmaker carrier. So, super smart bubble placement. Also, just always good to get the special out before you pick up the Rainmaker, because picking up the Rainmaker will always end in either you KOing the game or you getting splatted. And so, you're never going to get that special back. Might as well use it now. They use it to get themselves out of there. And now they just kind of need to pray that their teammates can get something done or shift the enemy team to the point where they can move. It's not looking great. Yeah, that was just completely shredded by Jackpot's defense. So let's look at what they were trying to do. So Atomic and Synapse are both underneath, and they just kind of get picked off. I think they probably could have taken their time a little bit more, but I think another part of why this doesn't work is the specials. They really are not getting enough done with the whale and the bubble, whereas they're up against a team that can pop a crab, a team that can pop a tri-strike on top of the one Zuka that they both have. That makes a pretty big difference in being able to push in situations like this. Like, you don't move Jackpot out of strong defensive positions like this without some kind of overwhelming force, and they don't have that overwhelming force. So they're kind of just poking around, hoping Jackpot make a mistake, and hoping that one of the best teams in the world makes a mistake. It's not the position you want to be in. It's not to say it won't happen, but you don't want to have to count on it. Madness getting a little cheeky on the right side here, maybe trying to zone out Yoshell so they can't pop shield. They just need to pop. They need to put all of their resources toward getting the pop and picking it up, and I don't think it's going to happen. They did get Leafy, but yeah, the win condition there is you just need to keep the game going, and they weren't able to do that. Jackpot played the defense really well. Nobody got anywhere, and I think that's in part just due to Tacticooler. 6 coolers on the part of Jackpot, and also 6 on the part of Please Forfeit. Alright, so that's game 1. Jackpot W by 1 point. Literally just because they broke checkpoint first. That was all of the pushing that happened. So, seemed fairly closely matched, honestly, in that regard. We'll see if that ends up being the case in future. So if anyone was looking for the replay code, here it is on screen. Someone in chat asking, can I join? We're not playing, though. What is there to join? These are replays. I'm pausing them. I'm making timestamps still. Okay. Just scrolling really quickly to see if there are questions. Okay. So, I was curious to see if the squeezer was going to remain a part of the core of both comps or if they were going to swap it out depending on map mode. And this is not a surprising outcome here. Atomic is sticking with the squeezer. That is the only weapon I've known them to play. Again, I'm not saying I know for sure that that's their main, but I have seen them play it before, and that's the only weapon I remember seeing them play. So, definitely possible they're just a one-trick. Whereas Jackpot, who don't really have like a dedicated squeezer player, they don't always bring it out. They end up switching off it in favor of the Stamper in this case. So this is the Zipcaster Stamper, the Burst Bomb one. I can see that making sense combined with a pencil and a splash. This is going back a little bit more towards like the early game crab meta thing, where part of crab meta that people forget about is that it was a chip damage meta. The idea was that every weapon on your team could do like 60 damage somehow from long range. And so you tag one player, now they're weak, somebody else can finish it off. And that was kind of the thought. And so it seems like that's kind of what they're playing to here. The bucket, I mean, yeah, you can combo with a bucket slosh. So there's that too. So they all have sort of a way of doing that. Bucket and Stamper are both going to be good for harassing over the top of Plat. And then Crab Tank is pretty solid on this map. There's not much that the Crab can't see from some relatively safe positions. It's also really powerful on Lockout if you get it on top of the spinner. Then exactly the same comp coming from Police Forfeit, and I think someone in chat said that they didn't change it for the entire set, so shouldn't be too much more to say there. But you can't feel too bad as Police Forfeit, because like that first match, they got exactly as far as Jackpot did, and the only difference was that Jackpot got there first, and that's what the tiebreaker is to win the match for them. And granted, like once you have the lead, that unlocks the capability to play for defense. Like, who's to say that Jackpot couldn't have pushed it further if they really tried? But you still got to feel okay as Police Forfeit going into game 2. They're like, all right, we're competitive with these guys. We can do this. So we've got Madness dropping to the flank. Nobody trying to flank on the side of Police Forfeit. They've got a couple wall weapons, so maybe their idea is just let's set up a fortress over here and see if we can pinch in and get rid of that player who tries to flank. So they're starting to poke them out. Madness has to jump away, but they are able to jump to teammates because there's no pressure on the right side of the map. So smart play there. Tidally tries to poke in with a bomb, doesn't really get too much. There's a lot of paint control going to Jackpot right now, which is not necessarily what I expect. Like, remember in Rainmaker, Police Forfeit won the Rainmaker pop. So what this tells me is that somebody on Police Forfeit is trying to fight when they need to be painting for the rest of the team. Like, the Junior and the Snipe Rider immediately come to mind, but like Synapse can paint on a 52 as well. Like, I often in solo queue, you know, I play short range shooters all the time, and a lot of the time I look at that like, okay, my job should be to be slaying right now, but also I have like 2 blasters on my team, so I'm going to play a little bit more like a paint support right now. And so even Synapse could probably be stepping up and doing a little bit of that. But it's worrying that they're losing so much ground without a fight, because now that's going to let Jackpot get in a lot of different ways. Okay. They're able to swing it with Yoshell getting a pick on Max. Synapse gets traded back, but then Madness gets traded back for that. They have a 2v1 versus Leafy. Atomic can't really find an angle, so Leafy's probably going to get away. They need to be very careful here because, again, the fight was taken Tacticaler people are coming back in now from the left-hand side, and they can't afford to overcommit. If Tidally and Synapse can collapse here, they might get max, but play very safe around each other. Synapse just trades. I would say Jackpot probably had the superior position here. The Junior and Atomic are really stuck in the middle. There's not a lot of cover there. And, like, Leafy can take pot shots. .Q can take pot shots. So it's really hard to find the right kind of cover to protect them. I would anticipate someone else from Please Forfeit going down here. Okay, Tidally and Atomic both end up jumping out, which gives up a lot of space. So it's not quite them going down, but functionally it's often almost the same, especially with Tacticaler in the game. So Leafy starts zipping in. Synapse finds a good angle around the left side, but there's nobody with Synapse up there. Like, there's nobody supporting this. I imagine Madness trades it back, yeah. So Zipcaster ends up getting splatted. .Q's like, I got the ball in. There's nothing more I'm going to accomplish from here. I'm getting out. And Madness, in a fit of madness, decides to stay and try and fight. No. I feel like Madness probably could have dropped behind the spinner, but I'd have to look at it again and see. Everyone goes down. It's a very small score, so overall solid defense from Please Forfeit. Like, the fact that they got Leafy out of the Zipcaster was huge, because now there's basically no pressure. There were no other specials that Jackpot tried to use to get a foothold up there, and they were able to just kind of walk back out. But again, like, look at the map right now. There's just no time that Please Forfeit are taking to try and paint the map. And I think part of this is because they're playing the Junior so aggro. There's Yoshell, who's going to be, you know, painting for special here, but that's canceled out by .Q. And so then who else on the front line is actually going up and getting them anything? Synapse is splatted. Atomic is playing the Squeezer. That doesn't paint as well. So there's really not a lot of room, and Tidally running in here is just going to look very predictable. You can see the streak across mid that shows exactly where they're heading. Ooh, okay. Why is Leafy the one who's dying here? Hello. Oh, I didn't see that the big bubbler went out. So that'll help a lot. So maybe that's the idea here. They're using the big bubbler to take space that they wouldn't be able to control otherwise. I think that works if there's enough follow-up. But, like, look at the positioning here. Yeah, there's the big bubbler. I missed that the first time. Like, Atomic went down way behind. Synapse is still on plat. If there's follow-up to support this push, then this totally works. The problem is that there's nobody to be there once the bubble is down. So they can just double or triple team the bubble, and the Junior goes down eventually. Now strikes force everyone else back. There's a crab top mid. They're going to flush out Synapse and find them. Atomic is forced to jump. Well played from Jackpot to capitalize on that. Zuka comes out, which doesn't seem to be hitting anything. Look at Jackpot's positioning there, by the way, when the Zuka comes out. Very disciplined, very defensive play here. This is how you counterplay the Zuka. Soon as, you know, it comes out and doesn't just immediately hit someone, they, like, will just look like... So the Zuka's out, and now look at where we all are. Max is under the ledge. No one's going to hit him there. Madness is under the ledge and kind of off to the side, so it's hard for Atomic to hit. .Q is keeping top mid in between them and the Zuka. And then Leafy is hugging the wall over on the right. Everyone finds a piece of cover. Everyone stays with that piece of cover, shifting around unpredictably until all of the shots are done. They've survived the Zuka. Now they can start moving up. You know, credits for the timing of the Zuka, because that was the time where, you know, you want to catch someone trying to run at you too fast. But Jackpot fielded it really well. Synapse tidily does get the big bubbler up, and that is a huge swing in the fight. Yeah, lots of value in these one-on-one fights from the bubbler. It's actually after the juniors leaving the bubbler that they keep getting picked. If they just kind of win the fight with the bubbler, but then maybe let Synapse push forward instead, or like wait for a little bit more help or something, they might have more success. I don't know. That was a hard situation because I think Synapse is moving up really fast, and they're probably trying to move up to help them. Now Synapse is just in a 1v3 and is going to go down. The comp feels a little bit slow from Please Forfeit compared to Jackpot here. It feels like Synapse and Tidally are trying to make plays, but Tidally is junior, and even the 52 isn't the fastest moving frontline weapon. Like, there are other weapons that get space faster. The 52 just kind of locks it in a little bit better, and so it's able to still kind of progressively move forward. And then you got a Squeezer and a Snipe Rider, neither of which are really going to be the ones pushing forward. They're going to be trying to play from their range. I almost feel like you might want something other than the Squeezer here so that somebody else can be forward there with Synapse and Tidally. Because you lose one frontliner, and the comp feels really fragile. You just kind of immediately lose a lot of pushing power. At least the way that they're playing. Maybe there's a version of Atomic who goes in guns blazing and wins the fight anyway. Tidally's kind of in there alone. They do sneak through. Okay, that was good crossfire from the midline. That was good crossfire from Atomic and Yoshell to keep the enemy team off angles where they could hit the junior from. Okay, so random picks from the Snipe Riders on opposite sides. .Q gets Synapse, Yoshell gets Leafy. We're dead even, fighting in the middle. Huge Zuka from Atomic. Let's go! That was a crazy triple right there. 2 shots, 3 splats. They're gonna get 2 power clams in, and they still have control of Plat. Plus, there's a whale coming in to potentially create some pressure here. Might get Atomic over the side, or maybe Atomic doesn't want to go over the side. They need to find a way to stop Jackpot from moving forward now. They need maybe Yoshell up on top of the spinner. See, what Jackpot does here is they put the crab up on spinner, and now they've totally got that area locked out. Here, for Please Forfeit, it's a little bit more difficult comp-wise, because we talked about the special spread earlier. I don't feel like they have quite as much to force the enemy team back. They get one with the whale, then the jump goes down, which is fine. They got another ball in. That's a potentially winning push, and then Synapse just wins it with the main weapon because it's a 52 gal, and also because Synapse is really good at the video game. So, well played there. They're out of clams, which might actually still end the push, because I don't think anybody has any follow-up here. Oh, they get one? Can they get more? Man, this is brutal. Because keeping the basket open there means that Jackpot is going to push back out into mid slower. They're going to have to worry about locking down their basket instead of just haphazardly running by their basket and taking more space like they would prefer to do. So those clams have a pretty significant impact on the flow of the game. There's the threat to bring a power clam in. I don't think that threat is going to materialize. They're really going to need to do some work to get Tidally out of there unless they can get a big bubbler out. Atomic is just on the opposite end of the map from this. Possibly worried about... Okay. Was that Yoshell helping out? They're looking from the overhead, a lot of these positions don't feel like something that the junior wins. Let's see from Yoshell's perspective here. So we're backing off here. Okay, yeah. So good skirmishing from Tidally into Yoshell being on the ball and catching people who are going after them. Because if everyone's allowed to collapse around Tidally there, I feel like they have to die. But because that help came through, because Tidally knew the game plan and just stayed alive long enough, they were able to get to and keep moving forward here. Probably not moving forward enough that the junior who's holding the power clam can just run forward towards the basket. That was maybe a little too ambitious, but it's still looking really good for Please Forfeit right now. Something that we have been seeing a lot, and I'm actually going to zoom in on specifically Atomic for a second to see if my idea here is correct. But something we've been seeing a lot is multiple splash walls as a way of just shutting down enemy attacks, basically making it really difficult to get shots on your team. And I wonder, it's been zoomed out so far that I haven't really been able to see super well how the micro engagements have been going. I'm wondering if like what they're trying to play here is to the walls of both the 52 and the Squeezer. Walls out there, walls out right. Doesn't really end up doing anything for him. We'll back up to where we were. Also, hello, Ludy. Okay. So this is the part where I think Tidally just kind of... Oh no, okay, so we bait here. Leafy goes down, Max goes down, then Tidally just kind of tries to go in and dies. But they traded back. Madness probably shouldn't have stayed there with nobody helping them. Synapse plays the corner there. 52 is insane on flat. It is such a good weapon for covering that. Like, I love bringing 52 to this map, any mode. So this happens to be, like, particularly strong for it. Synapse gets picked. So now Madness is going to get into mid here and set up with the Crab. Forces Atomic to jump out. Yoshell goes down in the meantime. They do shred the Crab, to their credit. And like anything that they can do at this point to slow Jackpot down even if Jackpot eventually gets a push, if they just get a slower push, they probably still don't win the game. Because they need to get down to 24, which is pretty substantial. And Max collapses, gets Synapse. Leafy's zipping in there. They probably need a little bit of help. They do get one out of it, but not a super successful zip. That's been something that they've been struggling to make work so far, is Leafy zipcastering onto Plat to clear it. That's a part of their game plan that hasn't really been working super well for them. I don't know if that's an execution thing on like Leafy's part or lack of follow-up, or just it's not really the right plan for the map mode, or this team is particularly well equipped against it. Leafy ends up going down, so now it's 4v3. Synapse is going to be able to start poking in a little bit, especially if they've got a wall to work with. Max ends up going down. Yeah, super well played on the defense here so far. This is definitely Please Forfeit's game to lose, and I don't see them losing it right now. There's no potential. They've got a lot of clams on Jackpot, but they have opted not to go for like a crack and cheese strat or anything like that. They're going to have to push those clams in here pretty honestly. And even then, you know, 2 power clams plus 6. So that's 40 points plus 18 points, so 58. So that gets them, what's 80 minus 48? That would be 32. So that still doesn't get them to lead. They would still need 3 more clams, even if they scored every single one that they're currently holding. So Leafy zips in. This is looking promising. They actually do get value this time. But Tidally gets 2. So, like, one of the clams makes it in. That's not enough. They literally need to splat Tidally, Synapse, and Atomic while keeping the basket open to be able to win this game. I think that's the only way that this happens. So very strong position here from Please Forfeit. They're able to pick the clam up. Leafy does get that in, but where are the other 25 points coming from? They have 0 clams now. And .Q is on the other end of the map. That is game over. So looking really strong from Please Forfeit. Like, both sides have been really strong defensively for the most part, but Please Forfeit managed to get one really good push in there, and that made all the difference. It's kind of coming down to just who gets something going on offense, because neither of them are budging very much. One to one so far. Those who are looking for the replay code, I'm punching it in right now. Alright, what did I do? Oh, it's an S, not a 5. There it is. Umami Zones, okay. Hello, Shay. I didn't move, I'm just visiting for the holidays. So, different background. I'm pretty sure Please Forfeit is a pickup. Because Please Forfeit, I believe, is a reference to teams dropping out of Ludy and them hoping to kind of just skate by on all of the forfeits. I think that's what that's referring to there. I'm going to scroll up really quickly and see if there are any questions. Oh, hey, Bab. Good to see ya. Okay, mostly just talking about special balance, which wasn't directly related to what we were talking about. What would be the best painting weapon? So are we talking like, what is the weapon that paints the absolute best? Or what is the best weapon that you use primarily for painting? Because the best weapon that you use primarily for painting is probably like the Snipe Rider. Maybe a Zap or something. I don't know if you... Snipe Rider is more of a special farmer than it is there for like actually painting the map for people. But if we're talking about like maximum paint output, you're probably talking like Aerospray. I don't know if there are other weapons that have higher paint outputs than those. We're on a whole tangent in YouTube chat here. Yeah, sure thing, sure thing. I'm actually going to take a quick restroom break, and then we'll be back to start with Game 3. Looks like we're probably on pace. Are we on pace? Maybe not. We'll see. We'll get through a lot of it, if not all of it. But Wait, I almost forgot to leave you with some friends. Here, have cats. Okay. Before we begin, there is one more cat that I think you should view. He's right here. He's all curled up on his blanket. Might have woken him up a little bit, but he was snoozing and it was very cute. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, this is the snooziest time of day usually for Romeo. This is usually when I get all of my pictures for the Romeo Instagram. Romeo snoozing Instagram. For those who don't know, there is an Instagram page of entirely just pictures of Romeo sleeping. It's called Romeo Snoozing. Shameless plug. I'm not making any money out of that Instagram or anything, but it exists. Oh. So we've got the foil squeezer out here. It makes sense. This, of course, would only have been done if both teams consented to having splatter color screen. I don't think any of them are going to mind as long as they don't have some kind of disability that makes it more challenging for them than it is for others. So we're going to see screen usage here. My first thought, the most obvious thing for me would be that they are going to use the screen to lock off one of the sides of the map so that it's much easier to fight on the other side, but then they, pile everybody on that side. Also, thank you so much for the 100 bits, Rissa. Happy Tuesday. Thank you. All right. So I really like this bomb that Tidally throws. It covers pretty much the entire run up to top mid for Jackpot. So now, if Please Forfeit want to, they get to take top mid before Jackpot has a chance to stand up there. Max could, in theory, have done the same thing, but they chosen to only now. Very good common spot to throw the bomb. We've got Madness coming around on the left side, which is a little dangerous. If they get collapsed on here, they might have help from Leafy from range, but they're not going to have someone super near them, and it's possible for them to get isolated with the correct placement of bombs or something. So Jackpot's betting pretty big on Madness being able to survive, or them being able to win something on the right. Okay, Madness gets out of there. Ooh, this Zook is dangerous. Doesn't find anything. Trade goes down on the bottom right. What is .Q doing getting engaged on there? What happened? Oh, okay, so .Q was like moving out there to try and paint around the corner and kind of pie the corner. But Tidally sees that they're alone and uses the cover, and Max isn't there to help in time. So Leafy's able to drop back and trade that out. Meantime, Please Forfeit gets full control of right. Atomic with a huge double there. Synapse also winning the 1v1, and now they just get to take space. Atomic, a little bit too aggressive there. You probably want to just put a wall up and get some paint down so that you can move forward. So they just got stuck and obliterated, and now they're probably going to lose control sooner. Whoa, 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 what? What happened over there? There's a Zuka here. Was that just a bomb? What happened? Why did so many people just randomly go down all of a sudden? They're a junior main, all right. Trades come out. They lost .Q, which might mean... Do they have cooler? They don't have cooler. That's bad for Jackpot. They probably do have the paint to be able to get control back, though. So, not the end of the world. Zones is never over till it's over. Sometimes the worst situation you can be in zones is basically you are forced to win 2 team fights without losing the zone. That's hard, but it's doable. It's not like, you know, a tower control where you just have to break a checkpoint against someone who's got a tri-strike and everyone's waiting and swarming to get on the tower when the tri-strike goes out. Like, there are no situations that are that bad. So it's definitely redeemable, but this is a really solid showing so far from Please Forfeit. And also, they haven't capped the zone yet? Oh no, wait. Is this just over? Oh god, it might just be over. They get pretty easy fights here against... If they trade Madness back... Yeah, that's game over. Wow. Alright. 2-1, Please Forfeit. Well, dang. That is not how you draw up the bracket for this event. See if Jackpot come alive here on the backs of being, put down a game now. That's a 0. And here we go, game 4. Really, the biggest issue there, it's like the triple bomb kill, that sort of thing, that can happen sometimes. And that's impactful, but that doesn't guarantee the KO or anything. It just sets up another fight and makes that next fight a little bit more important. And the thing was, Jackpot had like a 4v2 numbers advantage and didn't cap the zone. They really needed to cap there. Because once they didn't, they had no time to recover and make something happen. They needed that penalty. Okay. So, radically different comp coming out of Jackpot for understandable reasons. We've got the ballpoint because it just is absolutely disgusting on this map. And so the fact that we no longer have a snipe rider means someone else needs to pick up cooler duty. So that ends up going to Max on the Tri-Nouveau. And then we just doubled down on the AoE here by using Madness's V-Blaster, which is interesting. My biggest concern for Jackpot is paint, but everything else checks out pretty well here. The fact that .Q has switched off onto an inkjet weapon means that even though we have cooler bubbler, just like we've been talking about with Please Forfeit, they still have 2 aggressive specials that will really help to get you in the Zuka and the inkjet. Like, inkjets by themselves can just completely turn pushes around. So I still like the special spread better on Jackpot, even though one of their specials is less aggressive now. They've got a lot of AoE, which is something you really desperately need to push through the critical points on the map. The most important parts here are just before and after second checkpoint, because the enemy team is going to have high ground or on like multiple sides of you that they can use to attack you from. So being able to suppress that with AoE damage is really important. You need something that can hit over a ledge. The ballpoint is a really, really good pick here. It just dominates the midsection of the map from the grates and has cover that it can, use against longer ranged weapons. Typically, the counter to the ballpoint, the reason we're not seeing more ballpoint, is that Snipe Rider is very good against it and can use its range to poke the ballpoint out. But it's not necessarily the easiest thing to get the right shots that you need on the ballpoint. If the ballpoint knows where you're at and can play around it, it can have a more dominant effect against your team than the Snipe Rider can have against the other team. And it can still play really well. Plus, the Snipe Rider is never going to pop an inkjet and get, a double by itself. So you get a really good inkjet spot on the ballpoint from playing the grates and being able to make your way all the way up to the enemy bunker. Because once you can get up over the top of bunker, then you can see everything in street. You can see the enemy elbow. You can see anyone who's trying to come up over the top to attack the second checkpoint there. So the comp makes a lot of sense in theory. We'll see how it works out in practice. Please Forfeit has just shown that they're going to stick to these weapons. Makes a lot of sense for Synapse to be playing 52. They're kind of a one-trick there. Makes a lot of sense for Yoshell to be sticking to the Snipe Rider. I, again, haven't seen Atomic play other weapons than the Squeezer. And so it just kind of seems like these are what they play. These are what they're going to do the best on. We're seeing both teams do a lot of painting as they move out into mid. Tower is a pretty slow mode. Getting the tower early wouldn't do anything for them unless they were able to get through a checkpoint, and nobody's going to get there that slowly. So they're taking some time and getting some special charged before the fight that's inevitably going to happen in mid. even first checkpoint isn't really the important one. It's really the second one that is a much bigger deal if you're able to clear it. You kind of just expect that as soon as either team gets any push, they're going to get first checkpoint for free. Okay, how does .q go down here? Because this is one critical part of the comp here. That, oh, they actually go in for the jet. They must just get picked by the Rider, yeah. That's another thing about the Rider, like, if you have good aim with it, inkjets are actually pretty easy to take out. So that's going to be a huge suppressant to their pushing strategy if that keeps happening. .q is going to need to adapt to that. What can work is if there's already pressure on the Snipe Rider from another source, so it can't do that. That would be a way that that inkjet gets value. And that inkjet play to go up over top mid, that feels like, you know, it takes enough setup just to get it up there that you have to think that that's like just a set play that they've come up with, that they are always going to try and go for that from that position. Which, like, it's always good to have a plan, but also it's challenging sometimes when you have that idea in your head to go, all right, wait, if I do go forward with this plan, here's what they're going to respond with. And you sometimes miss counterplay that's available when you go for that. The inkjet there was just kind of in full view of the Snipe Rider, so it wasn't going to get a ton done with that. And off the back of that pick, off the loss of that really important special, there wasn't a lot that Jackbot had going for them, and they'd already committed to the fight, so ends up going in favor of please forfeit. And here we are on first checkpoint. They even lost a player there. Oh, they lost two. This Zuka might even things out. Oh, it doesn't. Synapse and Atomic are in really awkward positions. Lucky that they got away from that, really. Good management of information. Okay, Synapse sneaks in for a 1-for-1 that probably wasn't worth it. Now they just kind of lose control of mid. Madness goes in too deep on right, though, so just even trades back and forth. There hasn't been a lot of, like, strong team play so far. It's been, like, someone sees an opportunity to get a splat, gets it, gets traded back, and we're back to square one. Leafy's going all the way in to try and get Yo Shell here, which makes sense. Like, this is a really good play if Leafy succeeds, because they get rid of the cooler. Like, Yo Shell has a cooler charged and has not put it out there yet. So this would be a huge swing in Jackpot's favor if Leafy pulls it off. And even so, you know, just by going for Yo Shell, that leaves the Junior out to dry against the others, so it's still a 1-for-1. But it would have been a really good splat to get clean as well. So Synapse has been harassing from here. Madness and Leafy know it. Oh, but the bubbler doesn't go up in time to save Madness from Synapse. That's a huge loss there, and that's going to take the wind out of the push. Yeah, Atomic, when you're split up like that, it's 4v3. There's just always going to be someone who is going to be double teamed, as long as everyone's kind of moving forward at about the same rate. And Atomic, you know, .q is there to protect the tower from Yo Shell, wasn't there to protect it from Atomic. Madness and Leafy are both engaged in front, so they can't really help with that side. So Atomic just snipes the tower. Tower's gone. .q is also gone. Atomic is in a crazy position there. Does manage to get Leafy for it. Okay. So there's some value and great trade back from Synapse. Like, it's challenging sometimes to jump into a position that, like, where a fight has already been happening and figure out where it is you need to go and who you need to trade back. Callouts help a lot with this, but just great awareness on Synapse's part to be splatted right here, jump into this position, and just know, like, okay, so the player I need to go for is right here. And then should be able to get the second one, too. Yeah, well played. Because, like, if I jump into that and I don't have my teammate calling, like, you know, here's where they are, or, like, go for it, or, like, trade them back or something like that, I might choose to play that safe, knowing that I'm pushing into a 1v2. But assessing the situation, seeing, you know, I can get one out of that and going for it, that's pretty solid. So they clear the checkpoint, lose 2 immediately. What happened there? It was, oh, that was probably madness, right? Just hitting both of them over the wall. Oh, it was the double bomb. Oh, man. That was an autobomb. That was just a chicken. We take those. It's really common for a frontliner to try and sit on the wall in front of bunker and just kind of wait there as they approach the top. But if there's already someone there, you got to be careful not to be too close to them. You got to be careful not to be, like, giving their position away, or stuff like that can happen. I like how much space Madness just took. So now it's really hard for the enemy team to contest the second checkpoint area. They're probably going to be able to force Madness out, but it's going to take time, and in that time, the tower is probably going to move to lead. Especially with the big bubbler out there. Now the enemy team just doesn't want to contest that at all. How did they lose? Did Yoshell get a pick? When they've got this kind of a forward position, it falls to the midliners, or, you know, whoever's not riding the tower. In this case, I guess .Q, to keep the tower safe. Because the way that pushing this far forward can fail is if they manage to get around you and stop the tower anyway. Yeah, and Yoshell gets an angle. So Max goes down, and now someone has to rotate the tower. And Yoshell's probably going to have free shots on .Q. Madness has lost their fight by now. So there's lead. It looked like Leafy might have actually traded someone back there. This might be worth it in the end. What happens over here? So Leafy... Okay, Leafy gets Atomic with the Zuka shot. That was part of it, and Synapse got traded back. So, because of Leafy's play there, they're still even in numbers around the tower. And they're getting Max in sooner than the others are. So, it ends up working out for them. But it took Leafy getting multiple picks there to account for the fact that the tower went down. So, the objective of Jackpot right now is ideally to get someone into top left and clear that out, because that's really difficult to access from the tower path. There's no paintable wall you can use to get over the top. You have basically only one option, which is to hop over the tower, or I guess if .Q gets an Inkjet, then maybe she could get up over the wall on the left and try to remove Yoshell that way. She probably wouldn't be able to get rid of the Junior fast enough. So Madness and Max are both... Mad Max are both trying to get up over the side there. And it's up to some good splat bomb placements to keep them away. And so we do get that attempt to get over the top of the Inkjet. It does enough, I would say, because they're at the checkpoint. Oh, they don't quite get the checkpoint. If they'd been able to cheese that checkpoint, I would say it's worth it. Oh, .q. I really like that idea to actually position .q up on the top left. That's a really solid position for a backline weapon. Gives you right side peek over the street area. Also gives you control of the dex area below on the left if someone tries to push that way. And now .q can just give a bunch of jumps. Everyone gets back in right where the tower is at, and they run forward and die to synapse. Yeah, so there was an attempt. This push does not continue far enough to get lead without something happening. The big bubbler is going to get shredded, and there's nobody out in front of the tower. There's nobody clearing bunker. There's nobody putting too much pressure on top left. Like, Synapse can shoot over the top, but you can't really get .q out of there unless .q screws up. You don't even have bombs to throw. I'm confused about what their plan is for how they're going to move through this area of the map. They've got a big bubbler. They've got a Zuka. They've got a whale that's not going to do very much. They're going to have cooler, obviously. But, like, how do they stop Max from just deleting the Tower Rider? How do they stop .q's Inkjet from, you know, hitting Synapse or hitting the Tower Rider from that far away? What do they do about Leafy? Do they even know Leafy's there? Because nobody's gone around that way. They just don't have a lot of control right now, and I don't see this going anywhere. Leafy just dives in, gets one. Madness and Max trade 1 for 1. And that's a 3 for 1 win. Yeah. That was about how we predicted it based on how that was looking. And that was just one of those cases where the Tower Rider is frontlining. There's nobody out in front creating space for it. That's a mistake that I see at a much lower level than these guys are playing at. The play there is probably, like, I get that the big bubbler has been popped on tower, and so at that point you're probably committed to that idea. But, like, just don't pop the big bubbler yet, because there's nobody to really follow up on it. Maybe just stall the tower, wait for someone to get out in front of you, then pop the big bubbler, and now you can actually do something with it. I don't know. Felt a little bit uncoordinated there. Maybe they were just trying to cheese for lead. You know, they got to 58. That's kind of close. But it definitely wasn't close enough. 7 ticks is still a pretty substantial amount of time. And on top of that, you know, they lost the fight badly enough that now they were able to use their big bubbler. And, like, let's look at how Jackpot uses their big bubbler by contrast, because they get to push the very next play. Okay, so .q gets 1. Max is able to get another over the top, just wins the 1v1 over the top because AoE weapon versus straight line of sight weapon. Doesn't matter that the squeezer has more range if the squeezer cannot hit you unless it's right next to you. So nobody is even, like, close enough to contest the tower at this point. There's the threat of the Inkjet, which is keeping everyone down on the right. There's, you know, nothing but a junior on the left. It's not going to contest a Tri-Slosher by itself. And then we get the big bubbler up here. So, like, we cleared all of that space with our main weapons, or, you know, our specials first. And now we can cheese for more points because... Oh, that didn't go over the tower. That just went on solid ground. I feel like that's a little bit of a waste, but... Even so, they're still able to trade down to 28. At this point, Max is probably dead. They got some jumps in. Oh, and the Insta-Zuka on landing because Tacticooler is a silly special. And Leafy's just going to waste time here. Leafy doesn't need to play the objective. They've got 15 seconds to get on the tower, and they're going to spend half of that time fighting Leafy. And a one-for-one trade, too. Exactly what they want. Now, there are 3 Jackpot members surrounding the tower, and the 3 members of Please Forfeit have not had time to get any kind of foothold in mid. They don't have the paint control to go after this tower, but they need to sprint for it, and they're just going to get mowed down from the top by the ballpoint. Yeah. So, like it has in previous games, it's all really just come down to a single push that has made the difference. And this time it was Jackpot that had all the offense. I think the attempt made by Please Forfeit to try and cheese the lead out was really weakly constructed. It fell apart too easily. And then on the back of just losing that fight really decisively, Jackpot were able to mount a much stronger push that got them the lead. And 2 yet. Alright, what did I do wrong this time? Oh, it was another 5 that's actually an S. There we go. Bubbler is a good special for a locking space you've made with the main weapon and an entry tool. Yeah, like, you need to make that space a lot more than you need to make it with something like a Booyah Bomb, for example. Booyah Bomb just kind of makes its own space. You don't necessarily have to control that area quite as powerfully as you would to be able to just walk in with your main weapon. Like, you can definitely, as long as you get support from your teammates, you can push into an area that you don't have paint control over, pop a bubbler there, and then as long as you have paint control of that area by the time the bubble wears off, you're fine. So it can kind of delay your need to have control of the area with your main weapons. But you do need to get that control at some point. Otherwise, as soon as the bubble wears off, you're just kind of stuck. Okay. So we have Madness on Bucket here, actually. Okay, because Max was just playing Tri Nouveau. So double bucket makes a lot of sense. This is Humpback. And we've got the ballpoint with the Vac. So that's probably why they're pulling it. They want Vac strats on Rainmaker here, which is very popular. And Leafy staying on the shot. So the reason that they're using the AoE weapons here, the buckets, for those who haven't thought this kind of thing through, is just the dome in the middle. It's really, really strong to have weapons that can hit over ledges instead of straight line of sight weapons for specifically fighting in mid there. There are also like a lot of ledges that are just valuable to be able to hit over, like bunker and window, for example. But that mid area in particular, if you don't have an AoE weapon, you're going to struggle a lot more to be able to take it safely. Much less of a priority on getting the pop this time from Please Forfeit. They got it the last time they played Rainmaker. But this time Synapse is looking somewhere else. Yoshell is still just painting for special. So ends up not going over to them. So let's see what Jackpot do with this. Leafy tries to set an ambush for Tidally there, doesn't quite find it. And has to back off here. They're a bit bunched up in the middle here. This could be a good opportunity for Please Forfeit to push in. Oh, the vac is coming in. That's why they're bunched up, so that they stay in the vac. It's hard to see those visual effects sometimes, but yeah, so this is game over here for Synapse. And Tidally, they are going back to spawn to think about what they've done. Atomic also gets caught. Just a lot of pressure being put out there. So strong vac push from Jackpot there. They get everyone right where they want it. That's just everything that you want when you draw up an ink vac play. But Leafy tries to wedge her way in on the bottom right there, and it really doesn't work out. There's not a lot of support to be able to keep them in this position here. They get the checkpoint, and so I guess from here they're just kind of backing out. They've lost Max. It's 3v3. This doesn't feel like a position they have to back up, but then the special gets popped. .Q is playing really far back. I guess they're just trying to protect from someone coming over window. But Leafy is in there without support in the fight that she's trying to take. Madness also ends up getting picked. Atomic just lasers someone there. So that kind of play right there is why you have a squeezer. Like, let's just look at what Atomic does here from their perspective. That guy's just dead. What do you do about it? You have more range than them. They can't run away. Alright, so they clear the checkpoint, which is definitely worth getting splatted for. The Junior, I guess, thought that they could hide in the corner there and not explode. Maybe they were trying to jump out and just didn't get there in time? I don't know. Limit testing, limit testing. Oh man, Leafy's doing really well over here. Got a pick and then is sharking their way in on Atomic. Gets the trade there. 3v2, 2 specials on Jack. Oh! The ink vac gets sharked though. Or gets splatted from the side or something. So they totally lose all of their momentum from that. The cooler's out. But that's just something they're going to grab and maybe not even use, because they're not going to fight yet. Tiny goes in and gets a pick. Yeah, this is really scary for Jackpot. They got really badly desynced when the vac went down. They lost all of their control over the right side, and they had no forward movement to get them through. So they kind of put all their eggs in one basket on the vac push. It went down, and now a couple of their members were left out to dry and like didn't retreat to keep themselves alive. So this is the Humpback Rainmaker dance. It is the defenders playing ridiculously patiently and carefully, trying to throw as many bombs as possible and just not let the enemy team through the choke point, and Please Forfeit forced to use their specials and whatever resources they have to try and push across this open ground that's really difficult to fight through. Suka comes out, gets a double because there's literally nowhere else for them to even go. He gets one, is looking for Atomic, but doesn't really have the paint to work with. 30's not bad, but it's definitely not a safe push either. Like, Please Forfeit will certainly take an opportunity to push further if they get it. Synapse with a good pick on Madness there is able to stay alive long enough for the help to come in on the right side as well. It's crazy to me how Synapse is playing so close to the enemy team right now and not dying. Like, that's the reason all of this is going so well. Like, they're forcing the enemy team to pay attention to them. And they're like, look how close they are to all of those members. There's an ink vac, and they just go into it a little bit, and they're still poking, and they're still fighting, and they're not getting exploded by something. Sometimes I say things and then the game hears me and decides to make me look silly. In their defense, I am surprised that this hits them. That was a pretty critical pick for Jackpot to get there, because the Rainmaker had someone to paint for them, so it didn't even have to stop to paint. It could just get away with swimming. That Fizzy actually probably saved them the lead here, because it forced them to back up a little further. If they take less time to get around that corner, Leafy doesn't catch them here, and they're just free running towards goal. Synapse is just destroying people on that left side of the map. It's insane. I need to try and play that side more when I play 52. Synapse getting around the right side a little bit faster than they're able to protect themselves, and so that falls apart. So Synapse is able to just dive in for the Rainmaker splat. People are talking about adding me. Are they trying to... Are you guys trying to at me? Someone asking a question or something? Is there something we're wondering here? I don't see a question written anywhere. All I see is people trying to figure out how to at me for something unrelated to the VOD. You can just DM me on Discord if you want. Here's the server, and I'll be the first person in the upper right because I'm the server owner and stuff. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. And hi again, Melody. Let's back up a little bit. Yeah, I feel like if Synapse is going to try and run around the corner there, they kind of need the wall first. So maybe pop whale, put the wall out using the whale's ink tank refill, and then move around the corner. Or if you had enough ink, then wall, whale, wall. They pushed the pace just a little too fast and people were waiting. Collapse happens. Atomic goes down on the left somehow. Just a random pick. Okay, so the Zuka here is really well timed because that's letting Madness move forward. Synapse is able to dive in and get the Rainmaker from here, but they probably still have control, especially with Atomic on the flank. Not that they necessarily know that immediately. Great pickup by Leafy. This is dangerous. Jackpot in a really good position to score right now. They need to get rid of the Junior faster than that. Okay, they sneak it through just barely to 28. It took a while to get rid of Tidally, but they managed to do... Oh, that Zuka pick! Leafy's popping off with these Zukas right now. They're doing so much work. And they're able to just sneak it forward. That's a really good line to take, to go from the top of the hump on window towards the rail. The rail blocks a lot of shots coming from in front, so you only really need to worry about what's going on the right-hand side. Okay, so a push to 20. Still beatable if Jackpot screws up too badly here, but they've been playing well so far. So they've got a little bit of a numbers advantage right now, and they're moving forward. The one thing that I mentioned about their comp earlier that I didn't like was that they don't have a lot of forward-pushing specials. And I think that this map, if no other, is one where that's really going to bite them. I don't know how they move ahead without just using their main weapons. Like, I feel like they need to just be using the Synapse's wall, basically, and Rainmaker shots to be contesting this. To get Synapse and the junior forward onto plat. It's like, who's stopping .Q right now? What happened on Jackpot's push was they Zuka'd Yoshell and got them off of that foam pit area. They, even if Atomic had a Zuka, from this angle, they can't use it on that spot. So what do? Like, whale it? That's not going to do that much. I guess they've got some bombs. Actually, they've got one bomb, but it's on a junior, so I guess you kind of have two. Are they running double bomb? Yes, they are. Okay. So you do have two bombs. Which makes sense. This is Rainmaker. Like, if you're ever going to run double bomb, this would be where you would do it for defense. Ooh, huge pick from Leafy into the Zuka that gets another. This is over. There's no way, right? Leafy just absolutely popped off. Got like 5 at the end. They really kind of just couldn't stop Leafy. Like, Leafy... At the absolute, like, most critical moments of the game, Leafy was always the one who was getting picks there. Leafy stopped the Rainmaker on their push from getting around the corner away from them. Leafy got the pick on the backliner that let the Rainmaker move ahead. Leafy got the defense there. Just a bunch of big plays there. What was Leafy's KA? Yeah, 16. Sometimes that doesn't tell the whole story, because sometimes the picks that you did get, while maybe not as numerous, were more impactful. So this is a concern. Leafy is starting to get some momentum. You know, Jackpot's probably feeling it. They're probably starting to feed off of this. You need something to slow it down. Oh my god, what was it this time? This time it actually was a 5. Oh my god. Wow. Hello, Lulin. Thoughts on if Tacticooler got nerfed from 57 AP to 29 AP? Trying to think of all of the things that would change. I feel like it would still be strong. But it's really hard to just theorize without the data in front of me what impact that would really have. Wild that it would still probably work, even given all of that. Okay. So this is Clams Inkblot? Okay, Clams Inkblot. So Jackpot are once again going for the Inkvac pushes. They're going to favor these on maps that have like more singular choke points, narrower choke points. They had some success with it on the last game. And then same comp from Please Forfeit. Okay, so Leafy goes down early on the left, just pushing stuff that's out of her range. They're not taking a lot of space for this. Like, Jackpot kind of just respawned and went right back to where they were standing before here. Leafy goes down. There's no way Leafy had a cooler at that point, did she? No, no. Yeah, that bomb is definitely going to show everyone where Leafy is. And there was already someone watching her as she tried to come up over the top. So just going a little too fast, not thinking about what information the enemy team had about her position. So Max and Leafy trying to set something up on the right here, and they get one. Yeah, there was just like no capitalization on getting Leafy there from Please Forfeit. They needed to at least take a bunch of paint control, and they didn't even do that much. So now they're actually behind despite winning the first engagement. They did get a couple of picks there that got them back into it. 74 is not a real push. So that on the backs of getting a bunch of picks on the defense, they're going to be able to move in and score and probably get more. And I really like how they're supporting their push right now. They're making sure that, you know, the comparison here to Jackpot is that when Jackpot went in to try and score, they didn't keep their players safe who were scoring. They weren't focused on fighting enough. It's like, there's a pick. Leafy actually loses to Yoshell there. So well played there. So it's like, right now, in theory, it's probably pretty hard for Max and .Q to stay here. They're going to get collapsed on by the spawning players, and then the two players on the top are going to pinch them. Madness jumping in there is crazy. And then .Q at this point is just like, hey, let's put the extra clams in, why not? But they lose 3 for that, which is a big stagger. Leafy tries to go for the Zuka, but the Killer Whale just kind of tracks her too far back. Not doing enough in terms of movement to save herself from the whales to get the Zuka off safely. So, a mechanical mistake there. Yoshell gets this in, and then as soon as that happens, right, like, a lot of the time from the perspective of the defenders, you're not sure exactly when people are going in until the power clam moves forward. And then you're like, okay, they're pushing now. And so then that's when you kind of step up and put bombs in the way, because now the basket is open and you're trying to catch people as they're trying to score. And that's exactly when Atomic pops this Zuka and aims it at the most likely place for people to be defending from. Beautiful prediction there. I'm sure, you know, he didn't expect to get 2 of them, but I actually don't know Atomic's pronouns now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm not sure. So apologies if that was incorrect. But, oh, a triple with the Zuko too. Crazy. And they have 2 clams to stall with. The big bubbler is there. The big bubbler is going to give a clam jump. Using big bubbler for clam jumps is big brain because you... Normally with a clam jump, you lose both players, the jumper and the person they jumped to. But when you have a big bubbler there, you're a lot less likely to lose the jumper, even if you are pretty likely to lose them anyway. And even if, you know, everything goes down, everyone goes down after the clam gets thrown in, you're only losing 1 player. Unless Tidally tries to, you know, stay in or gets collapsed on by other things. But it's still a good general idea. Okay, push to 15. Please Forfeit is looking really good. Like, this is exactly what they needed to do. They needed something that was going to break Jackpot's momentum, and now they have a big lead that they can just play the clock for if they want to or need to. Madness starting to poke around on the right. Here comes the Ink Vac, but great play from Atomic and Tidally to just slip past that Vac play, because it was stuck on the far right side. And they're just like, oh, hey, here's someone who's not in the Vac, because this Vac is way over here. It's not in a central location. And so they're just attacking the weak side here. They're able to get Leafy. They're able to get Max. It's just the Vac play that was over there. And yes, Synapse goes down. Oh, but then Tidally goes down too. That needed to not happen. Now Atomic's in a lot of trouble. They're just kind of in survival mode. They don't get out of there. So Madness and .Q held it down. But they had the right idea. Like, they got picks, multiple picks, from getting around the Vac play and not playing into it. But then they went back to try and collapse on Madness and .Q and got outplayed. Zuka gets one. Great pick from Leafy. And there's Yoshell going down as well. So that gives them an opening. I love how slowly Jackpot is taking this now. They got the clam in, but you saw Max hesitated and waited until they knew that there was some space in front of them to start moving forward with these clams. Like, they're making sure they don't just get pre-fired. They're making sure they don't go down. They want to keep the basket open for as long as possible. They also want to make sure that in order to do that, they're staying alive. Unfortunately, they just lost Leafy, who had all of their clams, and so now it's just push over. Madness is here to stall for time. That was a good chunk taken out of the lead, and it was only 1 minute that it took them to do that. If they do that again, then they get the lead back. So the Please Forfeit needs to not fall apart in quite that way in neutral again. It looked like they knew that Leafy was there, the way that they were painting, the way that everyone was looking at that. So Synapse just kind of cuts off all of the options, then pre-fires Leafy, and Leafy can only either jump out or hope that Synapse doesn't know. Because, like, if you're sharking like that, sometimes you see people paint all over the place and then come around the corner figuring, okay, well, I've painted a lot and I didn't find them. Excuse me. So it's probably safe. And then the shark pops out and you're like, man, they were on the one spot I didn't check. But Synapse was ready to check that spot. We lost the junior over on the bottom side to something random. Synapse is holding everyone off on the right. Goes down to a bomb, probably. Good idea to throw bombs behind opponents in positions like that. Forces them to either really, really hard retreat or move forward into a position they don't want to be in. It was either you back up onto the bomb, and so you have to go so far past the bomb that you're basically out of play, or you run forward toward two weapons that outrange you. There was no winning. So they sneak Max in with the... Wow. Whoa. Why is everyone dead? They snuck Max in with the Tri-Strike, which is, like, not a bad kind of safe way to move it forward as far as carrying power clams in goes. But what gets the picks up top here? Is this another Leafy Inkjet? Or Trizuka? So one goes down up there. What is happening right now? That was the Vac shot. The Vac shot got one up there. Okay. And they don't get the power clam in. Oh, they do here. Wait, this might actually just be the game. This is really disastrous for Please Forfeit at this point. Like, I said they need to not fall apart in neutral quite that way again, and then they just kind of did. Vac goes in. Nothing Tidally can do to stop it, and so they have to back up. And now Tidally is completely surrounded, so they're probably going to go down. The combination of the strikes and the Ink Vac shot get Atomic and Yoshell. So, like, there was like one person who was a little overcommitted, but then the others just kind of died to specials. And you leave that big of an opening. Now a team like Jackpot is going to play fast enough that they can take the lead and possibly even KO. It's like, yeah, .Q goes down, like they stop the power from going in all the way in, but then Madness is able to scoop it up, and now all they need is 2. Like, the game could end right here. They still have Yoshell down, and this is time, yeah. So, you know, back in the Rainmaker match on Crab Leg, they were very evenly matched, and they weren't breaking each other's defenses very hard. And then here, Jackpot has found ways to win fights and bust their way in multiple times. It might be in part the VAC. The VAC is definitely making it a lot more difficult for Please Forfeit to take the fights in particular that they're looking for. Like, they're having trouble choosing when they want to go in, because, you know, the side that they want to go in on is going to be the one that's protected by it. Hey, we got it right this time. What a concept. And it looks like we might have just enough time to cover this one. Man, I timed this well. I'm good at this. Hello? Why are we not downloading? Leafy, your code is broken. Okay. Thank you, Leafy. All right. We have not seen .Q's charger yet, but she is on the fire. There's not, yeah, the Zeko fin. So they're going for double strikes, which they're just going to use to try and cheese the zone. This zone is pretty susceptible to being cheesed by like AoE specials. You see it a lot with Reef Slider. And really, the safer way to do it is probably to be doing it with strikes like they're doing here. You just put them in key places, and it's very difficult for the enemy team to outpaint it. You usually need 1.5 players worth of paint to outdo just the specials by themselves. And sometimes you don't have those players to devote to it. Or sometimes just the fact that the special is out there and then the player is painting on top of it means that you still lose the 4v4 paint race for it. And being able to get penalty and lock the zone without allowing major pushes to develop is huge, even if you're not winning the fights. One thing that could also be a factor between these two comps is that for the last little while, Jackpot has been running... actually, I want to go back and see. For the last little while, Jackpot has been running Tri-Nouveau instead of the Snipe Rider. And I'm curious to see if the special output has been noticeably different between the Rider... Oh, I should start lower down here. Between the Rider and the Bucket. So that last game, the Bucket actually got more coolers out. This game, one more cooler on the part of the Rider, not a huge deal. 5 to 5, so dead even. So that's pretty impressive by itself. Like, it's not what I would expect for the Tri-Nouveau to be able to match it in output like that. So that's maybe Yoshell is focusing more on picks and supporting the team, and is therefore getting fewer of those coolers out. But that should be, in theory, an advantage that Please Forfeit have that they could play to if they wanted. But sometimes they might be able to just catch Jackpot out without a cooler because they got theirs first. Or because the weapon that farms the coolers had to get involved in a fight that the Snipe Rider didn't have to, and went down and lost its special. Alright, Leafy spots the Junior out over there and just uses the range advantage to pick it. This team comp in particular, I'm not a huge fan of for Mako zones for Please Forfeit, because they're all line of sight weapons. They have no AoE except for bombs. And that means that, and by bombs I mean the Junior. So that's probably why they put the Junior up here, because that is the best fight. But against a bucket, even against just another short-range shooter that has longer range, you don't hold left stack with just a Junior. It's really hard, I think, for them to hold left stack because they don't have something that hits over ledges or something with like super long range to watch that, or because look at where Synapse and Atomic are right now. They can't hit Leafy because of Leafy's positioning on the stack. Like, there's nothing they're going to do about that. In fact, Leafy goes in after them, seeing an advantage and a chance to push it. So, given how important it is to control left stack over there, I feel like they probably wanted to switch someone onto something with AoE, or at least maybe run another short-range shooter so that they can play the sharking game around it better. Atomic able to sneak one out on Max, and then is pinning .Q into mid, where they might be able to push. .Q is forced to drop out. They get the pick on Leafy. So far so good. But even there, 4v1 situation, Madness still gets out. They can't actually collapse Madness, and Madness is just back in play immediately because they jumped to their teammate. And I'm worried about their weakness on that side. Okay, so strikes go out, and they just kind of rotate around the zone. 1-for-1 trade happens. Actually, no, I think it was 2-for-1. They really need to cap the zone here. This was a problem that Jackpot ran into on the Omami Zones game, where they had advantage, and they didn't cap zone while they had advantage. And that gave Please Forfeit a chance to get back in. Because now they've lost a player on the zone, and it might allow Please Forfeit to just take the zone back without it being capped. Especially now that Max is also down. I think that is certainly what happens at this point. So yeah, that's a big issue for Jackpot. That's something they need to stop letting other teams do to them. So the strikes come out to little effect, it seems. Atomic is down on the bottom side, looking like to Q. And now they're just going to completely clean up. Going for zone here. They finally get it. It took them a second, but they got it. So now Jackpot needs to hold. I feel like this special is really early from Synapse. Like, you can see that it's having an impact, but it's not having an impact on where there's a fight, first of all. If you're going to aim this, you probably want to aim it at Max, so that Atomic can take them out, because that's the only player on the enemy team that your teammates are shooting at the moment. But secondly, like, look at how much paint Leafy and Madness have to work with. Like, they should never go down to this special, and there's no follow-up. So I feel like that was just kind of a waste. Max does ultimately end up going down. Maybe the whole point was just to keep Madness and Leafy busy enough that they couldn't save Max, because they just felt confident that they were going to be able to win that fight with the main weapons. Maybe that's the thought. So strikes come in, and the Junior accidentally backs into them. So that's a huge loss for Please Forfeit. Zuka gets nothing from Atomic, and again, I feel like that's not the time to use a special. Like, we're staggered at the moment. We've got a single player who's able to reach the zone at all with their shots, and that's the Snipe Rider. So the enemy team has full paint control behind the zone, and you're trying to just get like the random Zuka pick without any pressure, without any of their escape routes being cut off. Like, that's the worst case scenario. So unless you know that someone's not looking at you and you know you're going to hit that first shot, you probably wait on that for your teammates to be in and be able to capitalize. Even if you do get a pick, what's the guarantee that your team is actually going to be able to sweep in and get the zone right away because of that pick? Like, maybe the enemy team just respawns in time if you get the pick at that timing. So the specials have not felt coordinated so far. Madness gets a pick. Synapse gets a pick, dead even. They're going to try and move their way in here and flush out the block here. It looked like there was a little bit of indecision about whether to go for the zone or to clear out Madness and Leafy first. They end up going for the zone. Leafy gets 2 for 1, and they end up not getting the zone because of it. That decision might be important. They need to get the zone back. Okay, Madness goes down. Yoshell is able to get the paint across the zone. Crisis averted. I really would like for there to be more forward paint happening from Please Forfeit right now. Like, they have a numbers advantage. They have a junior who's really far forward. But aside from the zone, Jackpot still have paint control past mid, really. Like, Tidally has not done anything to address left pit. They have not done anything to address the enemy freezer. They've not done anything to address the enemy stacks with their paint. Yoshell's not painting over any of that. They're taking fights. Synapse is too far back to help with it. Like, they're not locking in the space that they're securing right now. And so because of that, for example, like, Synapse just... What happened to Synapse there? Because that might not have been that they didn't have the paint to work with. They're kind of alone over there. Even if they don't have the paint to work with, I feel like they should be able to get out of that. What happens here? Oh, so they just don't see it. They hear that there's a fight happening in mid, and they run toward it and run into that. So, unforced error. They do have cooler, not the end of the world, but they lost a lot of momentum. Combination of Madness and Leafy, you know, with the Zuka, are able to take out Atomic on the top side in the meantime while everyone else is recovering. So, Atomic kind of gets caught out there. Like, they, with Synapse down, they don't want to be getting too close. Let's see how that developed. So Atomic is zuking at the moment. And then they see the right side. Oh, and they're just trying to contest from an angle that their weapon doesn't do that well. This is one of the reasons you want, like, some kind of AoE, some kind of ability to attack over a ledge. If Atomic also has a bucket, they can hit Madness. But because they have a straight line of sight weapon, they have more range, but Madness is already under a ledge, and so now where do they go? All they can do is back up. And they keep trying to fight it to make sure Madness can't get around and, like, attack Yoshell or something, but just getting in a lot too deep there. Trying to play it like a splatter shot a little bit. Tidally goes down here, almost for sure. Okay, they get out. Good jump. Oh, that's a big pick from Max, just right under the ledge, catching Yoshell. Because Yoshell is a big deal. If Yoshell goes down, that means slower cooler. Max is perfectly happy to take that trade. So now they're at a numbers advantage. Leafy's just waiting for someone to drop. Then goes in when someone does, gets Atomic. This is looking kind of Jover right now. There's... Oh, they... How did they sneak that? What? How did the zone go over? I feel like This shouldn't happen? Oops. So Tidally goes in. It's literally just the junior. The bubble goes up. They strike in. Is there anything other than the junior that is painting the zone there? This is 1v3. This should not happen. This is so close to KO, too. And it's still, like, completely yellow. What happened? Oh, wait, no, there's Snipe Raider shots. Okay, so right at that moment, Yoshell starts painting the zone. And since everyone's shooting at the junior instead, it gets capped from under their noses. Okay. I didn't even see the Snipe Raider paint going down. I just assumed that was coming from the junior for a minute. But yeah, that's the sort of thing where, like, Jackpot really needs to not let that happen. Like, they're letting control of the zone shift over to the other team more often than I think they really need to, based on the numbers that they've got and the position that they have. That's something where, like, you have two people, you know, get the junior, but you have someone making sure that the zone is covered at the same time. So trade happens in the bottom right, not super important. That pick, though, on Leafy is very important. That gives Please Forfeit all the time they need to move up, take zone. They're definitely going to take it. No shot they don't here. Tidally gets a little bit too deep against Max. Well played mechanically from Max. They should get traded back here by Atomic, probably? No, nope, didn't have the angle. Oh, there goes Max. Okay, good picks. So Please Forfeit in control here. This could still swing the other way. That's a trade between Synapse and .Q. So that means that they're only going to have one set of strikes they're going to have to paint through, whereas all Please Forfeit have lost is a whale. They have lost a little bit of fighting power, though. Tidally needs to be in a position where they can outpaint this here. This is probably the shooter's job more than anybody else's. Like, yes, the Snipe Raider can paint a lot of this, but the junior is going to cover the area inside the strikes so quickly that it's like they never even landed. Whereas the Snipe Raider's paint is like in straight lines. It goes in strips. So they're contesting the paint. But when they get the cap back, this is actually a really big deal right now that they got the cap, because this puts Jackpot on a timer. But Jackpot also had a breakthrough on the left-hand side where they get Synapse. They really need to collapse right now and pick Leafy before anything happens, before Jackpot's able to claim the zone. They have probably like 2 seconds to do this. And if they don't, then they probably lose zone, and they're in a really bad position to push back onto it. They get Leafy. Oh, this is insanely close. Here come the strikes. Can they paint through these? No, Tidally goes down to them and dies on the zone. That is disaster. And now it's probably game over. They get one more chance to push back in with specials. But this is going to be hard. Especially if the fight here yields anything more. Yeah, Max getting around on the side there with the Tri-Slosher. That's another thing that you really like about the Slosher, is its ability to push those stacks. And Yoshell, not respecting it there, goes down. Max is behind them now. This is really obnoxious. They do finally get them, but Leafy gets another one on the left-hand side. It's just, they're trades back and forth, and they need to get like more solid control than this to set up a, this is 46-tick hold that they need. Or not 46, they need 47, because they need to beat it. Just a little disorganized on the fights, and understandably so, because at this point you don't have time to really get your specials and push back in. So, yeah, Atomic and Tidally both go down on the right there. Synapse gets one, but like, How are they meant to actually take zone here? What do they do? Just too many numbers for them to have to move through. Very close, honestly. Like, impressed by Please Forfeit's ability to stay so even against Jackpot. Given that they're a pickup, given that they're running a pretty unconventional team comp, which I think did have some weaknesses that held them back in places. Ultimately, it just came down to, like, Jackpot winning the fight at the right time a little bit more often, or having a stronger game plan for offense, having a little bit more force behind the push as they came in. Like they're being just a little more disciplined about how they push in. But yeah, generally pretty impressive showing from those guys. I'm just scrolling through looking at KAs. All right. Well, that is a really good time for me to take another quick bathroom break, and then might have like a couple minutes of like Q&A and chilling, but after that we can get our VOD reviews, or we'll start with the Anarchy Open section, but then we'll have VOD review for our... Hello? Did the game just freeze? Oh, okay, it was happening at the same time. That was weird. We'll get our VOD reviewee in for Anarchy Open, and then we'll do a VOD review after that. So here are some more cats. I guess I might as well. While we're at it, oops, wait, I need to make a pool first. So, here's big picture of kitty cat, big picture of little kitty cat. And then, with any luck, maybe we'll be able to get people into the lobby while I'm taking my restroom break. Okay, so here's the more cats. And I'm going to send a couple DMs, and then I'll be right back. Also, if Devi and Jamie are around, feel free to hop in at this point. We only have one VOD reviewee. For the record, this cat is actually not Romeo. If you look at the fur between his eyes, you will see that Romeo has a lot less. So this is Lilith, is that cat's name, and this is Romeo. All right. Alright, let's see how expensive that recording file was on the memory budget. Okay, not too bad. That was only 13 gigabytes. I was worried it was going to be something more like 30. I tend to record at very high quality. And that's pretty tiring for the hard drive. Alright. It looks like since we ended just a little bit before normal start time, nobody has arrived yet for the Anarchy Open. So, tell you what. How about y'all send me some questions, and I'll go grab a little food, because I'm realizing I probably didn't have quite enough to eat for lunch. And then, when I come back, I'll have all these questions answered, and it'll be great. And then, who knows, maybe we'll also have friends in the lobby. Be right back one more time. I have some dogs just to mix things up. So Rose asks, do you think there's merit to switching weapons depending on the map mode like Jackpot does? Please Forfeit didn't switch, they did pretty well, but I was wondering about your opinion. I do think that this is a game where it's pretty important to be able to play multiple weapons. In something like a fighting game where there's so much depth to your character and the matchups against the other characters that you can get away with just learning that one character well enough to even account for the bad matchups. And it takes so long to learn that one character that splitting your time and attention between the two would be a problem. I think in Splatoon, a lot of the complexity in matchup spread and stuff like that comes from team comps, and less so from learning the individual weapons themselves. Like at top level, Jackpot, they all play so many weapons. Like, .Q plays Splash and Chargers and Splatlings and played Flingza for a while. Like, and those were just all backline weapons that she learned. You know, you've got Leafy playing Stamper and also Squeezer and also short-range shooters. You've got Madness who's switching back and forth between shooters and buckets. Like, everyone is able to bring a bunch of different weapons into competitive play at a top level. And even if they're not necessarily the very best at that weapon, as opposed to something else they could be playing, if it fits the team comp better, then it's worth it. Because you're not relying solely on your own individual skill with the weapon. You're also relying on your team to be able to back you up. So, what I would say in Splatoon is that I recommend knowing a number of different weapons that are pretty similar to what you already play. So, for example, I just play short-range shooters. That's my thing. Some people will play buckets. Some people will play Splatlings and Chargers. So it's like you're either picking something that is very mechanically similar to what you already play, like I do, or you're picking weapons that play very similar roles to what else you're used to doing, so that you're never having to deal with learning the mechanics and the strategy of that weapon at the same time. You already know one of those things, and it's just an adjustment to learn the one other thing. That's kind of how I see it. And I definitely think there were some situations where Please Forfeit kind of would have benefited from switching things up. Some maps where they really wanted some AoE, some maps where they really wanted some better forward-pushing specials. I think any of those things could have helped. And it might be that, like, a lot of the players are just one-tricks, and therefore they didn't really have a lot of practice on other weapons that they could have brought in. But that's just kind of a weakness as a player. Like, I think that, like, being a one-trick specifically, there aren't very many weapons in the game that are one-trickable. And the ones that are, I would say, are maybe like short-range shooters, which if you can play one short-range shooter, you can also play others, so you probably don't end up one-tricking anyway. Like, I can play Shot, I can play Zap, I can play 52, and they feel similar enough that it doesn't really make a huge difference. Also, cats or dogs. I really like both. And I don't want to have to choose between the two, but at the moment I have a cat, and a cat would fit my lifestyle better, so I guess maybe cats. Oh, I just noticed that Godless Flower became a member. It must have been while I was in the restroom. I'm sorry for missing that, but thank you so much. Not a ton of paint on this comp. It's like me and our sploosh, and then everyone else is going to be dependent on that paint, so I'm going to play a lot more supportive in this game. And thanks for the Prime. Gem Cake Sephiroth Moon? I'm assuming that's a reference to something that's not me. I get the first part has my name in it, but the other parts are confusing. I don't want this fight. I just want to paint and get Zuka. And make it so my teammates can move. Well, at this point, we just play from here and make them waste their time trying to get rid of me instead of moving forward into mid. And that gives my team time to get back in. Come at me, bro. Okay. Nice. Oh man, we stole that lead. And again, a lot of what I'm doing right now is trying to get their attention away from the tower so the tower can push more safely. While also putting as much paint down on the ground as I can. We have plenty of slaying power, and so it's kind of on me to skirmish a little bit more, as well as play that paint support role. This. So we get a chance to move off and get some Zuka shots. It's okay. The Zuka triple. Look at that. Just need to stop the. Wait, shoot. We got one, but we didn't get the Clash Blaster that was pushing tower. That's not an easy position to be in as the tower rider. I don't blame them for going down. I guess as a sploosh, they probably had more mobility than most weapons to get away from it, but it's still not always easy. Ah! Okay, we're just gonna flee. There we go. That's the nice thing about the sploosh. It's pretty easy to move out of range. I don't know why they got off. They could have just pushed through the checkpoint there, I would think. I don't like it. It's so little paint. Oh boy. There's one there. Let's just try and get our teammate out of here once they realize it's not safe. Oh boy. They're just gonna go down there. Probably lose checkpoint for this unless... No, yeah, we definitely lose it. Got one. Nah. Too long to fight the third. This is one of the more predictable places for them to put the crab tank shots at, but they didn't put them there. So... I got a lot of attention, but it wasn't in a sustainable way. Checkpoint too. Only the... Oh, there's only one. Oh, they're jumping here. Probably not going to jump into that. That made it a little bit better for us. We're good. That was probably not the way to handle that, given that they want to get close to me, and I was putting myself directly under a ledge, but I don't think they saw me go there. Oh, okay. Alright. They had a lot of paint, but they did not have a lot of splatting power. Aerospray plus sploosh is really hard to work with. Gem Cakes is my VTuber group. Interesting, okay. When will be dating advice? If you ever want to ask a question about it, I'm happy to give it. But it's kind of improvised a lot of the time, you know? Check, check. Okay, that's not turned on yet. Check, check. There we go. I'm gonna switch to just me for... Okay, maybe not. We got a match really fast. I was gonna see if I can change the lighting a little bit. Make it just a little bit better. It's gonna be dim in here. I've only got one small lamp in this room. There's no like built-in light fixture, so it's kind of all I've got to work with there. There's daylight that comes out of the window to the left, but it got dark. Aim wasn't great, but they took a while to figure out where the shots were coming from, so that saved me. There's a part of me that wanted to just stay on the tower and not worry about the guy who dropped, because they're kind of out of play, but I also didn't really want to stay there for safety reasons. Oh, that's what's going on there. Generally at spawn. Almost got someone. A little health back. This way. Kind of just running right at the tower without considering that there might be people in front, which is common at lower ranks when people will just all get on the tower instead of running up in front of it. If they see me here, I'm dead. But they didn't figure it out. Oh, and they're just running straight at it. They're not even thinking about shooting at them. Nice. Good catch from them. Ooh, and we lost the tower there, too. Alright, looks like we got a game. Or maybe not. Now it's going to take us a minute to catch the tower back. Good shark on their part. Now we just need to get out. Get a Zuka on the way out and maybe be able to contest mid. Probably not. Always a good idea to shoot torpedoes down, even if not for your own sake, but for your teammates. Oh, the lag! The lag made me think I hadn't hit the shot when I had. Could have used the third shot on the last player and gotten a really cool clip. That gets them no. Oh, hi. I'm surprised that third shot didn't come through. Well, I guess we've just always got a splashdown ready to go in the event that somebody needs to be cleaned up from a fight I lost. I don't like these jumps. They scare me. Yep. No missiles. Unfortunately, no gem either. I don't like that we're taking fights right now. We did happen to win them, but the concern here is that we stagger. So I'm not getting close to this ledge in the fear that someone will just drop on me. Oh man, that was really bad aim on my part. Didn't recognize they were moving. We should be able to clear this. This is just a junior. Yeah. Thoughts on Neo Splash? Would you classify it as predominantly a support weapon? Yes. There are no weapons that only play support. Closest you're going to get is, like, at least in the current meta, you're probably talking, like, Snipe Rider. But Snipe Rider takes plenty of fights, and, like, the main weapon is considered important for example, countering ballpoint. Can you VOD review the match I had against you? I actually was talking quite a bit during the match about how it was going, if you'd like to check that out. Stepping out of the Discord call since there's nobody in there at the moment. Someone cheesing for the camera in the background. T-Tech, I would also consider a support, but it's a significantly more aggressive support. Spends more time on the Slayer role than I would say the Neo Splash wants to. And again, remember that you should not be defining weapons solely by one role. Every weapon is going to play every role at some point in time, just some more than others. And that's what we mean when we call the weapon a support or something. Okay, that worked out. This might not work out. That's an odd situation there, because you would expect that that hammer would come out during the initial fight. And so seeing that it didn't, and their teammate just kind of died, you're thinking, okay, there's nobody there. A lot of resources that got devoted to me, and I didn't go down and actually got one. Multiple people I hit, that's unfortunate. That's hard because I'm on unpaintable turf against weapons that outrange me. Should have been more cautious about pushing ahead. No. Paint all that and then back up. Get them looking one way. Show up another. This is awkward. Are they lagging, or am I just missing really bad? Column A, little column B, probably. Player's dead. Player's ultra dead. What are they fighting over here? It's already there. There we go. Well, okay. I'm like, ooh, they're being very stealthy, and then they just walk around the corner with a roller now. Like, oh, no, they're just being slow. Oh, no. The player who got off could definitely have just KO'd the game then and there instead of dropping off the tower and playing it safe. It wasn't a single Zuka quad. It was a single Zuka triple, and I got one pick before that, but it was still very sick. Oh, I don't get the last shot. Rip off. I was so disappointed I forgot that that was a bad idea. Hopefully that player goes down. Nope. Okay. Who tried it? What are they looking at? Oh my god, I got shot blocked so many times. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Nobody's even controlling this area. I just shoot these guys. There are like 3 of them in the tower. Okay, well they get a big bubbler going. So we run. That was a lot hairier than I was hoping it was going to be, considering how the push went up in front, but we got there. Jimmy, this is the Squid School stream, so I am doing Anarchy Open with a player that we will be VOD reviewing in a little over a half hour. Gathering data? No. This is just a part of the stream where we play together. Normally we have Devi and Jamie on, but I think they're probably busy with holiday stuff. Which is understandable. Okay, we got a lot of missiles. I won't object to that anyway. Both chargers watching from right side. I should die. Oh, but they missed. I march against the double target. This is a little scary. Just the charger there. Twice and quarter shots. Here's my charge it. You stay up there. This is bad. Wait, okay, I got the trade. It's not a great trade because they attacked before and we didn't. Also because nobody was on the tower that whole time. I definitely thought we were on the tower. I did not check. Okay, we'll just leave. Found out, but we traded tower. They're out in Narnia right now. Glad that there's no one camping my jump. I thought there was going to be someone camping my jump, and that was going to make me really sad, but now I'm not sad. That direction. If I keep just moving this way, I shouldn't be able to run away. Nice. Somebody needs to get on the tower, but not me at the moment. Okay. The fact that the charger stopped firing at me there was huge. If they kept going, they would have had shots. I didn't get the shot low enough. They'd already dropped. That's a good hit. We'll just take the tower for now. Fire that. I should have a Zoop as soon as I'll be able to return fire. Where's the Zap? That didn't hit? Okay. I thought I was going to land off the tower. Be far enough away to dodge the charger. Realized that I was up there too late. So, I mean, they had a DC there, so it was going to happen at that point. Is it good to just have 3 different abilities, one main for each of my gear? Heavily depends on what it is you're building. Now, one thing to remember is that all gear has diminishing returns. At least gear that's not, like, unique. Like, you can't stack a respawn Punisher, for example, but anything you can stack, like swim speed, for example, the more swim speed you get, the less one extra sub of swim speed is going to give you. So there are certain thresholds where it's worth it to stack stuff like that for, but there are also... there's a point at which you're running so much of it that you'd get more value out of a little bit of something else. A lot of top Japanese players will just put, like, a sub of everything on their gear, which I think is a little oversimplified, but, like, I'd rather have that than all of one thing most of the time. But for build questions, I would recommend using sendu.inc/builds. That's where top players post their gear builds. You'll just see, like, here's what they're playing. As long as you just think about why they're playing it, you probably have a more informed understanding than a typical player. Obviously, getting it, the reason why they're playing it, is the hardest part of all of that. But the resources to learn about it are all there. At that point, all you have to do is, you know, ask someone on Discord. Just hoping I could slip through there sneakishly. Even if you don't have Discord, like, if the player streams, you have a good opportunity there to ask them about their build. And this is way over, yeah. Definitely laggy. Oh, I need to get this up. Haven't quite been able to slip past, get behind them yet. What I'm doing there is firing ahead of them intentionally and cutting off escape routes. I know that I've got a better kill time than them. I know that I have time to fire some shots that don't hit and still be safe. Oh. Crouching charger, hidden flings a roller. I don't know that we win this. Yeah, we definitely don't win this. Should not have jumped. They were going to be charging a charge slash around the corner on me. tower to us, so we can get there in time. No, we can't. Yeah, that's fine. That was a hard comp to work with because we have double backline, and so it's kind of just me and maybe the sloshing machine up front, and nobody else really taking aggro. Hey Jim, are you on a competitive team right now? Yes, I play for a team called Future Sight. We are Division 4 in Ludy. Watch you play, feel like I'm learning things. Cool. I'm glad. And feel free to ask questions. I'm always happy to answer those. The thing about multiple backlines is that if you actually get a lead, it's insanely good because you play defense really well. The problem is you don't have the tools to get the lead because you don't have anyone who's really wanting to push up. So you need some kind of explosive play to get you the lead, but then you can sit on it. Just keep pushing this. Safe now that the bridge is open? Oh, they didn't see. Well, we take those. The rest of these. That one probably comes straight for me. So we go for the reach instead. And then we go for the Kraken. Pro tip for Kraken. When you transform, don't be right in front of someone who wants to shoot you. Shoot. My feet got painted a little bit there, so I couldn't get off the tower as fast as I wanted to. That's damage. But consider also, Good. Gets one, and I... Oh, wow, all that AoE missed. That's crazy. I think you just get rid of that guy so we don't have to look at him. We also need to see the tower here. Rescue. Shot blocking the rapid. Pretty confident that if the projectile rotates differently, I can actually hit that guy from that spot. A low percentage shot. Just trying to figure out what the heck to do with myself since I was out of position. especially since it's taking them so long to get back on. I don't like that we still gave him checkpoint. We lose lead here if we don't push it immediately. We still lose lead. I'm prioritizing going after the Tower Rider if I'm definitely going to trade. Doesn't feel good having to lead somebody up there who's just going to take the tower again. We need to be winning fights. Which we're not doing because we're staggering. One. There's three in front. I don't think I ate sand space there. Yeah, that's game. Yeah, white ink frames are, to my knowledge, pretty like hard coded. There's nothing that you're gonna modify those with. It's too important for balance to be shifted by gear. I'm not a huge expert on ink recovery, though, because I never run it on anything. Just not a thing that my weapon particularly needs. Ink Tactical needs to be nerfed. Yeah, it's very strong. It's basically mandatory to run on any top-level team. Always somebody there. Usually somebody worth shooting too. This one's where my ouch was. Shouldn't have too much trouble moving up with this comp. Got a couple of deadline weapons. They're Slayers. Oh man, I was so close to getting that last year. I bleeded really hard. I should have been killed for it. I should be killed for that too. Oh my god, everyone's over here. Well, everyone was dead, so that would explain why everywhere I turned there was an uncontested opponent. Might be something I should pay a little bit of attention to. Junior, you do not outrange me. You are a range blaster, you do outrange me. Bloblobber outranges me, but slowly. Did not get my aim on that Junior. Oh well, we get checkpoint for that at least. Hopefully we don't all die here. Cool. at us not all dying. Only some of us died. That is so much better. Would be a bad idea. Or it might be safe. Okay, cool. There we go. Be able to just rush this. Down. Oh, there's two. There we go. We're gonna need people to get out in front of the tower if we're gonna be able to push it. We can't just all sit behind it and expect it to move somewhere. That was a really well-placed Booyah Bomb for us to be able to push up through it. Booyah Bombs, Tri-Strikes, things like that, they smoke screen. They make it so the opponents can't see you going in. And they also paint the ground, so you don't have to put shots down yourself to get that paint. You can just swim in, be on the other side of it, and they'll never even know that you entered in the first place. Booyahs can actually do anything at this point because everyone's down. Oh, cool, I got some. Land on the tower on fire yet. Don't try that at home, kids. That right there was how you stop the tower with a bomb. You put the bomb on one side, you fire at the other side, they have to get off. Otherwise, they're going to get hit by something. And since none of them had an angle on me, because they were all going for the tower instead of trying to get up in front of the tower, there was nobody to stop me from climbing the tower and just taking it for myself, even though there were like 3 of them on the other side. Tips on squid rolling seems like they're helpful with movement by finding cumbersome to do. So movement, it's very situational when you want to use it purely just to go fast. The only time that they're going to be fast is if you need to both change directions and jump over something. Why do they keep queuing us up right when I'm about to... Anyway. So it's only if, like, you need to jump over the side of a ramp that you will actually be faster if you squid roll. One of the main reasons people will do them is for armor frames. So you will protect yourself from a set amount of damage using a squid roll. Tech. You do not get to jump here. Oh no. They missed. can see! I can fight! Apparently our parents had something with understanding here. You know I'm shooting at you, right? Like, I've been doing this for a minute here. The answer there is to turn your attention to the person who's shooting at you so you don't get shot when you try to go and do the thing you're trying to do. But I think early on, people get used to being able to just run by people and ignore them when they're being shot at, trusting that that player will miss more shots than I am going to miss. Pink Envy, I already answered the question about the cooler nerf idea. I answered that, like, I think back during the VOD review. But, you're saying, like, what if you cut it from 57 AP to 29 AP, right? Or whatever it was? And my thought there is, it's really hard to predict. I like the Link and Zelda, their splash tags are good too. It's really hard to predict how much of an impact that would have without seeing it play out, but my thoughts are that the special would still probably be okay, which is crazy. I think it would still be worth running. But because it would be worth running and be less polarizing, I think it would be a good change in theory. To see how it would play out in practice, though. My predictions about these kinds of things have often been wrong. So we're not focusing on the tower at all, which means they're just going to get the first checkpoint for free at this point. So I'm just going to paint up for a special that I can use to help fight when we are actually capable of doing so. No, we don't avoid it because the fists go further forward. Oh no. Surprised I didn't get the third shot on the way through. Hopefully that extra point doesn't come back to bite us. Jump across, right? You didn't have the peak to make the jump, did you? So now I just have to make you miss every time you shoot. Well, at least we got the splashdown cancel for the kids. Is this going to be region cooler? Yeah, this is so bad. I should not be here. Please stop. We get one, and we don't get another. Unless that bomb? No way! They ran it. Oh, this is such a silly game. I don't think you can kill me fast enough. No, you are a big swing. You cannot do that. You are stuck. There we go. Direction, over here. I'll take the trade, I guess. Gets us a checkpoint, if nothing else. I'm worried about top left at the moment. There they are. Oh, wow. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Pink Heavy. I get it. They didn't know. I'm too stealthy. Sometimes you catch people off guard by just taking a much more aggressive position than seems to make sense at that time. If you want to get to the tower, you have to go through me, which admittedly you did. However, it took you time to do that, and we got the lead. We also got a wipe, which feels pretty good. Nope. Shoot. They've been on the tower. Oh, they got two. Alright, this is still a game. Not a very close game, but a game nonetheless. Did you see that? Okay, they didn't see that. Now they see it. I'm just gonna not exist anymore because they have a splash deck. Special delivery. Is there someone on there? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Stretch. Thank you for the subscription, Chemismatic, I think. Helps me continue to woomy game as in a professional setting. That's the thing about a lot of the time people will like refer to the best players as pro players, which like I get where they're coming from. But also, I make more money from playing this game than the best players make playing this game. Because I'm a content creator. So, really, I'm more of a professional than Jackpot is. Which is kind of sad, considering the amount of effort that goes into everything that Jackpot does, and how impressive they really are as people and as players. It's the way that Nintendo has decided to support the game. A lot going on here, and we lost a player. I don't want to get on for that reason. Still don't know I'm here though. They know I'm here now. Flash blaster. Well, that was pretty bad on my part because that's going to stagger us really badly. We need to not go in right now. We need to not be in the way of the enemy team. So we have our people back. We're rushing in really quickly there without a lot of support considering what they can provide at the moment. I would have preferred to set up better shots for that. behind this guy. And tower is clear, it's just the clash. And we just need to hit one shot, there we go. And nobody jumped in. I should have died. That shot was very hittable. I was expecting it to be done and explosion was still there. We're still down in numbers at the moment. We can't push it. Being on the tower is not safe at the moment. I'm just gonna get killed off it real quick. Especially with the Flash Blaster at large. If it's not the Flash Blaster, there are some ways to maybe maneuver around the tower pole, but if the Flash Blaster's in range of the tower, they just need to go. I think Moth should be safe. Definitely not now. Just hoping maybe there's a few shots tagged onto that player as they came in mid. Maybe as I came down. There's a shot. Or three. I don't like how we're splitting up. Got the one. The player on the left will probably die here. That's the player I thought it was going to be. Here, and not a good shot by him. Oh, it's the right. I might be able to trade that, yeah. The rain made it so that it was going to trade. If I hadn't gotten damaged from that, I would have healed enough that I would have been okay. Where's the tower? Is there someone on the right? Oh, there's probably someone on the right. Technically. This might kill me. Let me get out of this. Sharking around here somewhere, but we need to take tower. Oh! I thought it rolled off the tower. Whoops. Bad vision on my part. There's no push in front of the tower right now. Oh wait, flash. Just shoot at me, not the tower. Thank you. So what's generally happening in that kind of a situation is that, like, we had control. We had time to set up. But when we had that time, we did not put people forward in front of the tower, which meant that the enemy team wasn't stopped from getting to the tower. They weren't stopped from firing shots at it. They were able to just walk right up to it. One of the first things that you do when you get the tower through that first checkpoint is you drop someone on the right if there are still people who might come out in that direction, so that they are in the way and the enemy team can't approach the tower from that direction anymore. Or at least they have to spend a lot more time removing the player first. But a lot of our players were like scrambling to get on the tower, trying to stay behind the tower and use it for cover, which means that the tower rider is just going to go down immediately, and then the next person who goes up onto the tower is also going to go down immediately, and so on and so forth. Trizuka battle? That does not sound that fun, I'll be honest. just everyone's randomly dying all the time. Okay, so, sending a quick message to our VOD reviewee. We're gonna get going with our VOD review. I don't think I have their replay code yet, so I'll need to get that from them as well as soon as possible. Thoughts on doubling the time slots of challenges? I don't see why not, honestly. They're very short. A lot of the time people just miss them, which isn't great. But I'm sure there are a lot of logistical concerns that they have them running them. Okay, here's the replay code now. Okay. Just checking to see if Moth is going to be joining us in VC. All right, maybe not. So unfortunately, there will be a little bit of... Actually, no, there won't be stream play if they're not... Oh, there they are. Perfect. All right. Moth is now in the VC with us and therefore on stream. Moth, you are welcome to talk or you are welcome to stay muted. Some people feel more comfortable that way. Either one is fine. I'm going to be screen sharing my stream in here, and you should be watching from there so that the audio is not desynced. Otherwise... There'll be a pretty significant delay between when you hear me say something and when you hear me pointing it out on the screen. So, just you can click on my name, my little gem signal, hit watch stream, and then you're good. All right. You all set? Can you see it? All right, Moth, can you see the stream?
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay,
wasn't
cool.
able to hear you. It should be good now. Uh,
Gotcha. Okay, awesome. All right. So we're looking at zones sturgeon. We've got an aerospray, a bucket, and dualies. This is a pretty good comp, honestly, for you. As the carbon roller player, your eternal problem is having enough paint because your weapon doesn't paint very well. But if you have paint,
right.
you can sneak into positions where people can't see you, and like every so often, a good carbon player just kind of gets a quad. Like it just happens. It is gifted to them by the forces of the universe. Um,
Right. It's during this one that I shared, I randomly got a Trizuka quad, and it's like that's one of my first quads I've ever gotten. And it was just out of
nice.
nowhere.
Yeah, that's just something that happens to this weapon. Very very explosive, um, splatting power. So really strong in that respect. And in order to set that up, you need as much paint as possible so they don't know where you are. That is the important thing. If they don't know where you are and you're able to get close to them before they know you're there, that's when that sort of thing will happen to you. Um, and so, what you're always looking for on your team is, do I have enough paint? And this comp definitely does. It has an aerospray, for crying out loud. And on top of that, the buckets and the dualies are not terrible painters either. So, that's going to be really solid for you, and you're going to be able to find your way in, hopefully, pretty easily. You also have a pretty good spread of specials. Like, yes, there's a splashdown, but you've also got a booyah bomb, a tri strike, and a Zuka. Like, we, all of those are really well valued specials, even competitively speaking. So looking pretty good on that front. The other team has a pretty similar situation. One thing you'll have to watch out for is the Squiffer. Normally, a Squiffer plays kind of like a midline Slayer, but in this case, it's the longest ranged weapon in the game. So it can push up pretty aggressively if it wants to, just because it can use its range to keep everyone else away from it. Um, it's if anyone tries to contest it on open ground, it is in range to hit them. So as long as their aim is good enough, they're going to be able to hit a lot of shots that way. Um, the other roller, you're probably not super scared of them because your weapon swings faster. So as long as you're one-shotting them or chipping them with burst bombs, you're fine. It's only if like you miss a flick or something that you should expect them to be able to splat you. The sploosh isn't a huge deal because you're just going to swing at them and they're going to have to get really close to you. And you have a burst bomb that you can poke them with, and they don't. Then the T-Tech is probably your worst matchup here because they're going to paint the most. They're the ones who are most likely to find you. They also have a good lethal bomb, so that's something to watch out for. But overall, this looks pretty decent for you. So let's see what ends up happening. Quick question: are you using motion controls or are you using stick aim?
I am using motion controls, but I think I was playing on handheld during this.
Okay, gotcha. Um, so that might affect things a little bit, but it's the rollers and like sloshers are a little bit more forgiving in terms of aim because you have a much wider shot. So you can be a little bit off center and the shot will still hit them.
Right.
But it's important not to get too used to that because there are some times where you need to hit some relatively precise shots like vertical flicks or burst bombs or something. And so developing the control over your reticle that another weapon like a shooter will have is still important, even if you're only going to be using weapons like these.
Right.
Okay. So it looks like we're going for a flank right away. If the idea on the way out is that we're going to be running straight ahead, then we probably just want to be like vertical flick swim, vertical flick swim, vertical flick swim until the point where there is an opponent who might get in our way.
Right.
Looks like we just forgot that the sponge was going to be there and ran into it a little bit. But then we've got all this paint that we're working through over here. I'm also going to check. Are we running Ninja Squid? Ninja Squid, if there's any weapon in the game that you're going to run Ninja Squid on, I would say it's probably this one. Um,
Mm.
Ninja Squid makes it much easier to not be seen, and that, like we've mentioned, is something that you need the most. Um, I'm gonna go check really quickly and see if people are running it because like Ninja Squid has definitely fallen out of favor a lot more since the beginning of the game when everyone was like, "You need to run this." Um, but yeah, most of the builds I'm seeing do run Ninja Squid at top level here. Volty, no, it's not Volty who has the one build without it. Volty's just always running Ninja Squid. Um, for those who don't know, Volty, VOLTY, is the carbon deco roller player for Alliance Rogue. Alliance Rogue are they're always one of the best teams in Europe. I think at the moment they're like top 2 or something like that, but they're always in the running. Kiver, who's a well-known content creator, plays for Alliance Rogue, and Volty is one of the best carbons in the world. Definitely someone to watch because there's going to be a lot of footage of them because Alliance Rogue plays in a lot of tournaments. So if you ever want to go and see how a top level player is going to play that weapon, Volty's the one to go and see. So yeah, they're mostly running Ninja Squid. I would highly recommend getting some piece of gear that has it. Don't worry too much about gear right now, but like Ninja Squid is one of those things that does substantially change the way the game plays. And what you also want in addition to that is a lot of swim speed so that because Ninja Squid gives you a penalty on your swim speed. It makes you swim slower in exchange for making your ripples less visible. And so to counteract that, people will run a lot of swim speed to get you closer to the swim speed that you would normally be at. This is further back than it's worth it to push. So remember that we're playing splat zones right now. The zone is in the middle of the map, and it's never going to move from the middle of the map. So it's worth it to get into the enemy base sometimes, but it's never worth it to do anything if the enemy team has the zone. Except for, get the zone back as fast and as efficiently as you can. So like right now, yes, you may, catch some players respawning back in, but
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do.
if the enemy team keeps the zone during all that time, they're still scoring even though you're here. So what you really want to be doing here is instead getting around behind the enemy team and splatting them so that your team can get control of the zone and only then move forward into these more aggressive positions where you can like shark under ledges and get people and stuff like that. So we're gonna drop back down to you, and you see this player here, and you don't. Oh wow! I'm surprised that you needed to do things to hit that player.
I don't know why I decided to wait so long with a Trizuka right there. Like, I shouldn't have pulled it out.
That's what I would say. Like, once you get this player, you now know that all you need to do is sit by the jump and press the ZR button when they land. That's really reliable. It's got a really big hitbox. You can get as close to them as you need. So go for that here, because then instead of using the Zuka right here just to splat one player, you're going to be able to use the Trizuka after you splat this player and you move forward in front of the zone and you're trying to keep them away from the zone. It makes it so that you're able to hold for longer. So the trick is to wait until the arrow goes from, in this case, yellow to black, right? Once the arrow starts draining like this, that's when you know, that's the timer that tells you when they're going to land. So once it starts turning black, that's when you start getting ready, and then you just time it so that the hitbox is coming out right as soon as it's completely empty. Right there. that's when you want your flick to be coming out. But at that point, they moved over to the left, and it looked like you didn't see, and so you were kind of aiming someplace else. But, oof. So, let's look at this jump for a second. So, you're... Oh, wait. This is too far forward. I think? Or maybe that was you getting splatted earlier. Yeah, okay, so here's you camping the jump. Not successful in that. So, when I get splatted, I always have the map open. And I'm always looking at what else is going on, at where the enemy ink is, and how many players are up during that time. So that way I know when it comes time to try and super jump back in, who it's safe to jump to and who it isn't. Right now,
I think I need to take like a couple more seconds because usually I just, as soon as I respawn, I try to super jump, and it's like that's sometimes dangerous.
And what you want to do, like while you are splatted, while you're on the screen where it's showing the opponent who splatted you, you can have the map open during that time. So just have the map open that entire like 10 seconds, and then you'll have much more information about whether it's safe to go in. Here, your teammate jumps in, and they just about immediately get splatted. And it is then that we jump to the same spot that teammate was at, right? Like, we're seeing all this yellow ink get put down around them. And so we know that they're in a fight. We know that there's someone who's trying to take that space they're standing on, which means there's a pretty high chance that when we jump in there, we land, you know, in their ink, and there's someone there to splat us. So the best plan is to avoid jumping to an area where you can tell an opponent has range to shoot at. You want to be jumping to players who are far enough back in your color of ink that nobody's going to be able to shoot at that spot in the next 3 seconds from the enemy team. So we come jumping in here, and we've got a welcome party. Now, if we aimed our flick a little bit higher in that moment, we actually might have gotten multiple players, because it looked like they were all really bunched up. So the thing is, as we're landing, we're like looking down at the floor, right? And so from here, when we flick, we're only going to hit like the one player in front of us. Whereas if we aim a little bit higher as we land, it goes up over the top and falls down on multiple people here. I could easily see this splatting 2 people in one flick and damaging a third. Maybe this even splats the player who's furthest back. I'm not sure exactly what the ranges are like there, but because we were aiming to... That is a slur that they have as their name. That's not great. Because you're aiming down at like the one player's feet, your shot doesn't go as far as it normally would. It's hitting the floor before it goes to its max range. And it's also... if you aim higher than eye level, then the shot has the chance to go up over the top of people's heads and land on people who are behind them, instead of just running right into them. The burst bomb to paint your feet, you probably want to avoid doing that unless you really need to go fast. The reason being, the burst bomb is really expensive in terms of the amount of ink it takes to throw, compared to a flick. And so, if you use too many burst bombs, you just run yourself out of your ink tank and then you're defenseless. In situations where you're pretty far back in your own color of ink, you want to rely more on like vertical flicks, because that'll give you a nice even line that you can swim through. Gives you a decent amount of range, gives you a chance to look around the map and see what's going on. And then only in situations like right now where like there's a sploosh right on top of you and you need to move fast, that's when you want to pull out something like the burst bomb to get you to safety more quickly than something else can. Here, the sploosh backed up, and in fact, they actually got splatted there. But we kept kind of flicking in front of us after they had gone and we weren't hitting anything. That's going to be a habit that you'll want to break pretty quickly. The more times you flick, the more times you like spend firing where it's not hitting anyone, the more vulnerable you are. Like the easier it is for someone, say with longer range than you, to line up their shots and be able to splat you. So when you miss once, you usually want to immediately move before you start firing again. And a lot of the time that gives you a little bit more time to figure out, am I close enough to hit with this shot, or should I keep moving forward even more to get in range before I flick another time? Nice. This again is, you're getting, I think, anxious on camping the jumps. You want to, instead of just like repeatedly firing at them as you see the arrow, you want to learn to time it using the arrow filling up, or sorry, the arrow emptying out. So like right now, this one player is about to start landing, and so now you want to start getting ready to flick at them, and then you'll get them.
Right.
It's like, this situation should be all three of them getting splatted, and it ends up with only two of them, in part because we missed so many shots and they had a chance to fight back.
Right.
Okay, so they're able to take the zone here. Good job not jumping into this. The player who's there should probably not be in the position they're at. Well, it looks like they're doing okay. Can you back up for a second and see what you saw on your way out of that? And welcome, Rena. Good to have you. Okay, so one thing that happened there that a lot of people will miss, but I'm going to zoom out just to show you. Look at Crown 6. Look at your bucket player on the right side. It's on top of the screen, but it's on your right side relative to your spawn. So they're in a fight right now. And right here, they go down. I know that in part because I looked at the overhead beforehand, but in part because as you're swimming out, I'll pause it at the appropriate moment. See at the bottom middle of the screen, that X down there?
Oh.
That shows you that a teammate has gone down. And that X is really, really important to pay attention to, because if a teammate went down, that means that there is an opponent near enough to that spot who splatted them.
Right.
And if that arrow is pointing down on your screen, that means they're directly behind you. So that's something that you don't want to have your back turned to. The ouch that they put out is another indicator of the same thing. And on the way out into mid, you were able to see them backing up towards the right. If you have your camera up. So, moving that right here. So right there, you can actually see the roller just kind of like walking toward them as they kite back into the right-hand side. So this is also something that you could have just noticed by like looking up as you move out. But that's something where the reason you get splatted there is because you didn't notice this.
Right.
You definitely want to avoid rolling with the roller for very long. I like that as soon as you move forward a little bit, you realize, nope, I don't want to be here, and you swim back the other way. That's good. You don't want to stay on this sight line, though. Remember that the squiffer here, it is just a squiffer, right? But even so, like we mentioned, it has the longest range out of any weapon that's in the game right now. So if they have the ability to hit you, there's nothing you can do back to them really, except maybe throw a burst bomb. But their shot one shots and your shot doesn't. So you just don't want to ever get close enough to give them the shot. There's no way that you're getting through on the right hand side while the Squiffer's watching it. So at this point, instead of trying to stand your ground and like throw burst bombs or something at the Squiffer while their frontline weapons rush you from the other side, better to just rotate to a different part of the map and try to find another way in. Unless you can Zuka them. That would have worked. The angles that we fired it at weren't quite there. Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that like the shots you're trying to take are necessarily bad. I would say try to take a little bit more time to line your shots up before you fire them, especially early on. It's definitely optimal eventually to get your shots off as fast as possible, but it's still optimal for the shots to be aimed. It's just you want to work your aim up to get it faster and faster to the point where you can fire it like that. But if you're finding yourself firing the shots so quickly that like you're hitting walls right in front of you or hitting the floor or missing by a mile, then you want to slow down a little bit. Remember that with the Trizuka, you're able to swim still while you have it pulled out. You don't have to just stand still and fire all 3 shots in quick succession. You could fire one shot, swim away for a second, wait to see if someone's chasing you, and then fire another shot and keep going that way. You have time to fire a shot, swim all the way up to the top of Snipe, and fire the shots from up there instead. So take your time with it a little bit more and try to line your shots up, and I think you'll have more success. So whenever you see Wipeout on the screen, what that means to you is paint and move forward, and paint and move forward, and paint and move forward until the enemy team is respawned in. Any time that you spend walking backwards when the word Wipeout is on the screen is time wasted. Your job is not to paint the zone. Your job is not to sit back and play defense while standing on the zone. Your job is to be something that they need to get past in order to even get to the zone in the first place. And to do that, you need paint to be put down in front, and you need to be in that paint. So instead of backing up here, like I want one vertical flick down that left side, and then swim. I want you swimming all the way to the end of it. I want you putting down another vertical flick and just getting into the enemy base as quickly as you possibly can, up until the point where you're not going to have time to paint up for yourself. Because that is something that you need. You can't just be sitting on like one really obvious line of ink. They're going to check that. So you want to get far enough forward that you can put down a little bit of a good rectangle for yourself and be sharking down there before they're able to see that you're in it. Still, being back here on zone doesn't help you.
In a second. So as you'll see in a second, I actually went up to that like rotating platform to like cut them off, like go through the top way. Because someone else.
All of the time that you just spent sitting and waiting is time that you should be spending getting up there, if that's where you want to end up. All of the enemy players have now respawned, which means that when you go up there, they're actually going to see you going up there. Whereas if they had all been splatted, they're probably not going to know you're up here yet, because you were able to get in there before they had eyes on the rest of the game. So this is like, if
that solution's already back.
If I legitimately think that if I were playing in this game, can you probably can't see my mouse, can you?
No, I don't think so.
So you see the orange paint above Fry for Life, up on that upper level there. I would probably already have been up there by this point in the game if I were the one who was playing the Carbon Deco. That's how quickly I'm seeing that wipeout happened and moving forward and getting myself into one of those positions. Now, granted, you still have to worry about the top left, and so some teammates do need to stay back to cover that. But anyone that I can catch dropping out over the top of me is another player that's not painting the zone anymore. So that's the part where you get into that position that you took at the beginning of the game. And here, this is a situation where learning the aim on another weapon will help you a lot. Because to you, it looks like you're lined up with these players, but you're actually aiming like too high or too low or something like that. And playing a weapon that has more of a like single target reticle, something like a shooter, something like a blaster, like those weapons will show you where your aim actually needs to be, so that when you get into a situation like this and you have shots, you're not whiffing any of them. Every single one of them counts.
I think I thought that Splashdown killed that one person on the other team, and so I turned around and then realized they were still alive.
Right.
So
and I thought that the splashdown was going to get them too, honestly, but then when that doesn't happen, like having the response to line your aim up and get rid of them in one flick instead of missing 3, that's an important skill to be developing. And it'll take time. It's not easy. This is a situation where if this is just you who's sitting here, this is a pretty good idea. But the fact that your teammate is standing right on top of you makes this a bad idea. Here's why.
Right.
Notice how your feet are painted now. That wasn't because anybody on the enemy team knew you were here. They had no idea that you got here. But they know that your teammate is right there because he's standing up right next to you and shooting. And so the shots that they're firing at your teammate aren't just hurting your teammate now, they're also hurting you. Like, you're getting damage and you're getting your movement messed up by something that, you know, they didn't even mean to be hitting you, and now they're getting 2-for-1 value out of it. So what I probably would have done is dropped off to the right-hand side, dropped off the zone to the right. I would have waited to see if they saw me drop. If they didn't see me drop, I just flank them and now I'm behind them and I get a triple. If they do see me, now they can't run at my teammate here. They can't run at Buddy anymore. Because if they run at Buddy, then I get to do that flank even though they know I'm here. Whereas,
right,
now that we're at 2 different angles from them, they have to look at both me and Buddy at the same time, and they're kind of forced off the zone that way. See, those shots that they fired were aimed at your teammate. They weren't even aimed at you. But because you lined up with your teammate, they hit you both.
Right.
There's a question in chat on what I've been up to on stream so far. This is the Squid School stream. We do this every Tuesday, and people sign up in advance to submit a replay, which is the one that we're watching right now. And they'll play Anarchy Open with me for an hour. Then after that hour, I VOD review that game for them and give them advice for how to improve. Okay, so let's back up just a second. We see that there's a fight developing on the right-hand side over here. So they have control of the zone. And you can see, like, even just from the amount of time that we've played so far, I know that there are 3 enemy players on the right side of the zone. Like, I'll back up for a second so you can see it. But right now, as we swim out here, there's the roller who's going down to the right. There's the charger on the zone. There's another player with them, and I think I saw a jump as well. So, like, the whole team is out there on the zone, and our teammates are kind of running in there by themselves. So we probably shouldn't expect that this is going to go super well for them. And while we want to help our teammates, right now we're so far away that we can't possibly hit anyone on the enemy team. So we can't help our teammates yet. If our teammates go in and just get splatted immediately, and we've also revealed ourselves, now we've lost stealth. And revealing yourself right now isn't helping because you can't be in range to hit the enemy team. So what you want to do here is wait until you're in range to hit anybody before you ever like throw a bomb or flick in a visible way or reveal yourself. And if your team just kind of runs in and dies, there's not much you can do about that, but at least you can get yourself into a better position by sneaking closer to the enemy team unseen if you don't reveal yourself here. So like right now, this is really dangerous. That burst bomb landed in front of like 2 players that are now both, you know, the only thing in the world that they have to worry about is you and your positioning. And right now, you don't have a lot of paint at your feet to work with, so if someone throws a bomb up here, you're in danger. If the Squiffer gets a good angle, you're in danger. You want to be backing up at this point. You don't want to be dropping in and going for this. Now you're kind of in alone, just like your teammates were. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna say...
Yeah, that was the quad I was talking about.
That shouldn't have worked. However, nice. Nice burst bomb. Well placed shots there too. It's a pity that that doesn't splat. I think if you use the vertical flick instead of the first horizontal flick, that does splat, but it was close, and I thought it might have worked, so this is pretty much exactly the way that I would have played this. Good job getting around behind them so that your teammate can shoot them in the back. Everything about that engagement was played really well. And that too, the players putting the roller down and running at you, so your advantage is range, because they have to hit you at melee range. You can hit them with flicks. So you just back up, mash the ZR button, you win. Super well played there. But again, we need to get forward because of this. We need to be in a space that's annoying to them. And, you know, we've already talked about that. That's something that you've already taken to heart, I'm sure. But now, like, the next time you fight them, it's going to be in the same place that you fought them before. What you'd rather have happen is you fight them, you know, deep in their own base, so that they have to go through that whole fight, and the entire time that fight is going on, you're scoring, and then even if they win that fight, they now have to spend more time getting to the zone, and during all of that time, you're still scoring. And only then do they neutralize it. So, if you take the fight that far away, it literally means that you score more even if you lose. So that's why you want to be getting up there.
So, something I noticed from your review of this and our playing tower control half an hour ago is I need to be playing ranked mode differently. Because I don't have to have 100% of my focus on the objective. I can be doing other stuff. Like, I was focused on defending the spot zone or defending the tower, where I could be up ahead, annoying the other team, and letting my teammates do stuff.
Yeah, and what I'll definitely do is I will play around on the Carbon Deco to kind of give you an idea of how I'm going to approach different situations, and maybe that'll spark some ideas as well. The different game modes do all play significantly differently. Like, Splat Zones is very different because the zone never moves except in Bluefin, and nobody wants to play Bluefin competitively, so it doesn't matter. The zone not moving means that you're going to have to be pushing the same place every time, which means that the areas around the zone where you're able to paint the zone from, those are the parts that matter the most, and that's what you need to keep the enemy team away from. In Tower Controller Rainmaker, by contrast, the place that you need to protect depends entirely on where the tower or the Rainmaker are. You always need to control the space that's in the direction of where the tower or Rainmaker wants to move. If you have someone out in front of the Rainmaker or the tower, now the Rainmaker or tower can move forward because nobody can get into that space where they'll be able to shoot at it. What we were seeing in a lot of the games that we were playing is that teams would put like 3 people on the tower and no one would run out in front of the tower. If you run out in front of the tower, now you stop players before they can ever shoot at it, and that's a better place to take the fight. Whereas if everyone stays on the tower, now even if the opponents fire a ton of shots and miss all of them, they're still painting your feet on the tower, which makes it harder for you to stay on the tower, harder for you to score, and it's a lot easier for them to just splat you off the tower. All you need is one person on the tower as long as everybody is aware, of when that player goes down to rotate back onto it. But you usually don't even need to do that, rotate back onto the tower, because you've got people spreading out and fanning out in front so that the tower rider knows when someone is going to attack it before that happens. And they might even have a chance to just back up and say, you know what, I'm not going to try and push the tower anymore. I'm just going to back up and give my teammates jumps back in. So it's that foresight, that like knowing where the next fight is, where it's best for the next fight to take place for your team, that give you good scoring pushes in the ranked modes. Alright, so whole team goes down. You do get a splashdown on zone, which is going to keep it for a pretty long time here, actually. The enemy team did not cap that quickly, so good couple of extra points there. There's that burst bomb again. Be very careful about that sort of thing. Just don't give away information you don't have to. If you do give away information and it doesn't really get you anything, move somewhere else on the map so that the opponents don't have a read on where you are. I totally understand that one because you're not sure if the player is swimming through the curling bomb. Now, one thing that you can actually know is that the sploosh does not have Ninja Squid on. So, with some, sploosh players, they're going to run Ninja Squid, and when they put this curling bomb out, it's going to be pretty hard for you to tell whether they're in there. But this sploosh, you would actually see the ripples. You would see the splashes if they were swimming behind this. And so then you could just kind of slowly move to the side, line up your shot, and as soon as they're in range for you to one-shot them, then you just know exactly where they are and you hit them. So there you didn't have to give your position away, but that, again, depends on you having checked earlier on in the game to know that the sploosh doesn't have Ninja Squid on, which is a habit that not a lot of people have built up early on. It is a good habit, though. Definitely something to think about if there's ever something that impacts your gameplay a lot. Wow, that all worked. Okay. So it's unfortunate that the second horizontal flick misses here. If that hits, then you splat this player, but because it doesn't hit, they should be able to splat you here. They have enough time to fire a shot, and they just whiff. Then from here, if the sploosh plays this correctly, they should be able to splat you before you fire a Trizuka shot. They should just be running toward you. And what's happening with them is they're aiming at you, not realizing that they're out of range. And so they're missing, and they're just continuing to miss. And then they back up for some reason. When the sploosh always wants to do is get directly on top of the player they're aiming at so that they can't run away like you back away here. The sploosh should definitely stop this. And what you probably would have needed to do is splat the sploosh before you can pull the Zuka out safely and get a shot off. But we get one player there. The sploosh runs away from us instead of doing anything about this. And then there was a player on the left. I think that was still the Squiffer. Comes in from this direction. Yeah, so the Squiffer is trying to go after you now. They whiff all of their shots, because like all they really need is, I think, a single tap shot, and then you're down. But they miss, so then you get to splat them like that, and your teammate cleans up the switch. So, it works out. We take those, as they say in NorCal Melee. This is a situation that I see a lot from especially newer players. Your aim was on to hit these shots, except your target was moving. So, like, let's look at when you line your shot up. It's like, right now, yeah, this is the correct place to aim. But notice how far they move in the time between when your shot comes out and when it actually lands. So with any of these kinds of weapons, especially if you're at a range like that, you need to lead your shots. You always want to screw up on the side of aiming too far in front of them, because then what happens is you paint their feet and they run into your color ink and then they stop. And now you're already aiming at them and their feet are painted. If you aim behind them and they swim past you like this, now they can just go wherever they want and you haven't stopped them or done anything and you're on the wrong side of them. So you always want to just aim too far in front of them, if anything, and then, you know, start to hone in on them over time as you kind of learn where to aim your weapon a little better. All right, so we got some... we got a good bounce that I think led us to double roll someone. So you hit someone there, I think is what happened. Oh no, but you bounce off of them. And then the Squiffer lands on you. How do you splat someone with this? Huh, it must have just been really laggy. Ohio is tremendously laggy, and because of that, you bumped into them, they rolled all the way away, and then died. Weird. Because I thought you might be able to combo the burst bomb that you hit earlier with rolling if they ran toward you. But in general, rolling with the roller on the carbon is not going to be consistent. You probably don't want to be doing that. If you're flicking repeatedly, you probably get a double here at least. But because you're rolling, you bounce away from the player that you're trying to do damage to before you've splatted them. And now they're out of range, and you're standing up a bigger target, more visible for everybody. You want to just be using your flicks and burst bombs when you get into combat. Alright. But this is looking pretty good. It's just that Squiffer. Now they're down. This is definitely a situation to jump into your teammates. The only player alive on the enemy team was the Squiffer, and they're like way back in the back corner. You can easily jump into someone on zone, and it'll be 10 seconds before anyone on the enemy team can actually attack you for that. And it's really important not to take that extra time. Like, you spawned at 17 seconds, right? If you had super jumped in, you would have been on the zone 2 seconds ago. But you're still swimming there, and it's been 12, you know, it's been 5 seconds, 6, 7... Like, the game is already over by the time you get there, whereas you could have been at least a bit further forward. Didn't end up mattering in that case, because you just, like, wiped the enemy team with 20 ticks left to go. But if you are in a different situation, really important to be getting back in there and be an asset to your team again as soon as possible. Alright. So, I'm going to play around on the Carbon Deco. We'll see what modes are available, and then we'll talk about which of them you would like to see. That should be good. So we've got Tower Control, Rainmaker, and Zones. Is there any particular one of those that, like, you struggle with more than others that you'd like to see?
I'd say I still struggle with Tower Control.
Okay. Pray that we don't get mincemeat. So, one quick thing in the lobby, if it doesn't end soon. So here's how much damage a horizontal flick does from here, 25. That's how much damage a vertical flick does from here. You'll do more damage from further away if you vertical flick. The trade-off is that you have to aim that a little bit better, because it's a much thinner hitbox. But if you're at this like awkward range where this isn't going to kill, that probably will. And so that's something that you want to start adjusting to on the fly. You're too far away to get the damage that you need with the horizontal. You can always switch it up and do a jump flick instead. The fastest way is always just going to be burst bomb into the flick, but sometimes you don't have the ink for that. Sometimes you don't have the range to use the horizontal, and you have to combo with a vertical instead. So there are some considerations. Alright, let's see if I can avoid throwing this. Oh, they actually have a Carbon on their team, too. So depending on how well they play, they may be a better model to watch than me. I'm throwing that there because I just don't want someone to be on that spot. Hey, stop that. I don't know why someone was allowed to just kind of walk in from mid. I feel like there should probably be someone watching that, so I wasn't expecting it. So that's unfortunate. They have control of the tower at the moment. I'm not going to go too hard right now. I'm going to sit back and poke a little bit. If my teammates go in, I'll try and support with burst bombs, but I don't see a way in that doesn't just land me in a 1v3, so I'm going to avoid that. We hit them, get rid of them. Oh my god, I should have horizontal flicked. It would have comboed. Would have gotten the splat. What are we doing over there? That is not where the tower is. Please come this way.
Yeah, I saw the person swimming behind the curling bomb.
Oh my god.
I guess I'll
playing with fire, and I should have killed him already. Oh my god. Go away. Finally. Jeez. So, did you notice how there... I didn't get the shot anyway, but I waited a second before I fired, even though I knew where they were and that I could get a shot on them. That's so that I could line up my shots better. I still didn't line them up well enough, but that's a habit that you'll want to get into instead of just flicking willy-nilly. Oh boy.
Yeah, I need to be a little more patient.
Oh shoot, I probably should have ouched a little bit more, but the team has got the rest covered. So now we can get into a more aggressive position, because a lot of them are down, and that lets me move forward. And I'm going to sit under here, because someone's going to drop me. You just know someone's going to drop me. Like that. That's Carbon Deco in a nutshell. That was just enough for us to get lead. I am probably not going to jump in. Actually, I'm a roller. I can jump into this. I just flick on the landing at whoever's trying to kill me, and I get one. Unfortunately, there was another person behind, but... one of the nice things is that as you're landing there, you're getting the vertical flick, which means you get the more range and damage. So if you aim that well, then that can be really powerful. Hi. Oh. And there, I failed to lead my shots enough. I fired too far behind them. So there's me being a hypocrite. That's one. Nice. Okay. And now as soon as I see that wipeout, I'm getting up into their bats. I'm getting up into this area so that I can shark them. I didn't know if I could get the one shot from there, so I resorted to bazooka instead. I think if you're a Carbon Roller main, you probably learn that range better than I know it, and you know whether to pop bazooka or not. Let's see if we can sneak up over here. They haven't been covering this very well. Hello. There we go. So they're trying to Zuka me. I'm just going to stay well out of the way of that. Okay. Just the reflux that we splatted earlier. They are back into play. Not expecting. We should have them here. Thank you. Nice. And now I'm going to sneak up under here. See if someone bites. Nah, it did, and I just got too close too soon. There's someone coming behind it, wasn't there? There's a second player. There they are. Should be able to hit this guy, but I keep guessing wrong every time. I'm just going to back up because we're a player down and the only person to support me is a junior. Better for me to be able to, like, stop tower right now. Oh boy, this is bad. Briefly. We can Zuka here. Because we backed up far enough to give ourselves that space. That gets 2. This guy has finally caught on to us, but that means he's not protecting the tower, and we just jump on the front. So, what I'm trying to accomplish through most of the plays I'm making is how do I remove players from play so that the objective can move forward, and then get further up so that when those players get back into play, I can remove them again, and the tower can move further still. You gotta be careful not to move so far up that they can get to the objective. Wow, okay. I don't know what happened in my previous placements, but that is lower than I am used to. Sorry, I got distracted. You gotta make sure that you're not so far ahead of the objective that they can just run around you and you're not in the way. But you also want to be, like, watching them drop from an angle that they're not expecting to have to shoot at. Like, if I'm hiding from this guy in the ink, I don't want to be hiding, like, right here, where they are trying to walk forward and shoot. I'm trying to hide over here, so that when they walk forward and shoot, I get to go, ha-ha, and hit them in the side. And they don't see, they're not, literally not looking at me, they're not going to see it coming. Ledges help you do this. So, for example, if I am hiding under here and one of these dummies were trying to move towards me, then even if they tried to shoot forward, they'd hit the wall. And then I could just go, haha, or haha. And if they tried to come up over the top, then I could go, haha, and that would also hit them. That's kind of the idea. Do you have any questions?
So basically, I need to be more aware of my surroundings, like where other people are, what's going on, and I need to be annoying when I play Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon is... you're basically a constant, like, unknown threat. You're all... they should always be scared of where you are. They should always be wondering, wait, if I move in here, am I going to get splatted by the Carbon Roller? Because then, even if you're not there, they're still going to do it slower and check every little corner to make sure that you're not hiding before they get to move again. And that still benefits your team. But you have to back that up at some point by actually splatting them when they weren't looking, punishing them for not doing so. And yeah, awareness is... I'm glad that that's one of the things that you picked up, because you learn how to see this game better before you learn how to play the game better. You can't react to something that your eyes aren't processing. And so the better you get at spotting, like, oh, this little indicator on screen means this thing. You know, this change in color right here means this is something I should pay attention to. The more little mental shortcuts you can give yourself for that, the more effective you'll be. Because the less time it'll take you to make decisions, and the more, you know, windows of time you'll be able to capitalize on when you have them.
Alright.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for coming on the show.
I have anything else. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Could you send me that replay code for the tower control match you just played, so I could, like, have a reference?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what I think would be a better idea if you want video reference is go watch Volty. Go watch an Alliance Rogue match where he's playing Carbon Deco, because he will play that weapon way better than I will. I did do a video at one point on my channel where I was breaking down how Volty sneaks into positions when sharking, which I think would be a good one. I can give you a link to that, and while I'm at it, I suppose I might as well send that along to the stream. So here's the message for you. And then stream chat, here is this. So if you're looking to study how to shark, Very good player to watch, because there's going to be a lot of footage of them. And this is a little bit of an older set of footage. They've played more recent games since then, but this is the video where I talk about how they're getting into position and how the team is designed to make that work. But then, thank you so much for being on the show. I know it takes a certain amount of courage to be criticized in front of dozens of people, you know, on the internet. So I really appreciate that you're willing to put your footage up for the education of yourself and others. And if anyone in the chat would like a VOD review like this, the way you can do that is by going to the Discord server. You can find that from the links that have been posted repeatedly, or I'll just put Discord in there as well. And DM me. Just, you know, right-click my name in that server and send me a message, and we can get that started. And I also do, you know, if this isn't the best time slot for you, it's a weird thing to say to people who are currently watching, I guess, but if this doesn't work for you, if like it starts a little bit too late and you would be at work still or something like that, and you only just caught this on the tail end, there's also a Metafy, which is a website where you can go to purchase private lessons from me at various other times of day and days of the week and things like that. Those I do charge for because, you know, it is a part of my availability, and during that time I would otherwise be working. But that's another way that you can get that sort of individual one-on-one attention from me if you would like. So thank you for being on the show again, and thank you to everybody for watching. That's going to do it. I'm going to go and activate a raid on Twitch, send you all over to Milana, who is playing some Salmon Run right now. And have a lovely rest of your Boxing Day. I know that's a beloved, cherished holiday that you all celebrate, and I hope that it brings you much joy. And I hope that Milana's stream also brings you joy. Have a good one.